State Fair. We're going to start off this morning with our registered Angus Heifer Show. And coming into the ring first, we've got our early junior heifer calves, 2 entries in this class. First into the ring is Ethan Furrow from Franklin County. And following Ethan is Rachel Hale from Hanover County. Again, these heifers were born in January and February of this year. These are your early junior heifer calves. Again, in terms of order of today's events, we're going to start here with the Angus Show. We're then going to move into the Simmental Show, followed by the Hereford Show, and finally the Percentage Simmental Show. And then once we're through all of our breeds, we're going to bring back all of our breed champions for the Supreme Heifer Drive.
Well, good morning. It certainly is a pleasure to be back here to sort through the remainder of our registered female show here this morning and then get to conclude the day with the Supreme Heifer Drive that I'm absolutely looking forward to. I think a wonderful place to start here as we begin our Angus Heifer Show. Young man over here to my right is going to go ahead and lead this particular class off. I think a female that really just excels in terms of female quality as you study this pair, one that she's actually the younger heifer, I believe, of this pair, but clearly has the performance advantage. And then on top of that, she's just really cowy in the way that she's put together. I love just her center body and just the ease and comfort in which she travels around the ring. Maybe at times wants to get just a little inconsistent with how she handles her ankle as she goes. That's something that as she continues to mature, I'm sure will set down a lot more comfortably. The female that actually comes out in second, I think, is more comfortable there as she travels the ring more consistently. But one for me that maybe just doesn't match up with the female quality and just the overall cowy build of the heifer that wins this particular class. Let's put our hands together. That's a really nice place to start here in our Angus Show.
All right, congratulations goes to Ethan Furrow from Franklin County for exhibiting their class winner. And in second place, Rachel Hale from Hanover County. We did not have a late junior heifer calf class, and so Ethan is going to be your Angus champion junior heifer calf, and Rachel will have your reserve champion junior heifer calf. All right. Actually, so now we're going to move into our late senior heifer calves, Angus Class 2. We've got 4 entries in this class. Again, these are going to be late senior heifer calves. First into the ring, we have Caden Harris from Augusta County. Heifer born in November 25th of 2022. Caden's followed by Ruth Hale from Hanover County with a heifer born November 16th, 2022. Following Ruth will be Cameron Mayo from Fluvanna County, heifer born November the 8th. And finally, Stella Herndon from Clark County, heifer born November the 7th of 2022. Again, this is Class 2, late senior heifer calves. We do want to welcome and recognize our judge, Miss Christy Gable, for being here again with us this morning. Christy is from North Central Colorado. She went to school at Butler Community College and K-State University, where she competed on the livestock judging teams and majored in animal science. Christy then went to work for Zoetis in the animal health field before returning to her family's feed yard, Magnum Feed Yard in Colorado, where they feed out nearly 80,000 head of fed cattle per year, and also have a 500 head cow-calf operation. And so Christy's been with us all weekend, and we appreciate all the great work that she's put in. Let's give her a round of applause and welcome her here on Sunday morning. We also want to give a special shout out to the Virginia Junior Angus Association for sponsoring the Angus Breeding Heifer Awards. Again, there are a lot of incredible awards that our breed associations have over here, and we want to thank the Virginia Junior Angus Association for helping provide those Angus Breeding Heifer Awards.
A nice set of fall coming yearling heifers, and I think a really nice top pair of females here in this particular set. The one for me, again, like we talked in our first class, just in terms of balance and quality and just looking like a really high quality female. I think that she fits the bill really, really well. The way that her head ties into the top side of her shoulder, and then just she's so extended in terms of her neck and ahead of her shoulder. From there back, she's really long and level in terms of her top line. She's beautiful in terms of her lower body and just her underlying uniformity. Good in terms of her hip and her hind leg, in terms of structure and skeletal build. That's a really nice place to start. Another really long-bodied female that comes out next. Particularly appreciate this female's length of hip and just overall comfort as she travels the ring. Maybe not quite as extended ahead of her shoulder. She doesn't match the same body and just mass and dimension that our class winner does. And then to get extra nitpicky, I'd like to lay that tail head in just a touch smoother into her spine. But again, another high-quality female that's going to come out next. Really appreciate just the flexibility and the foot size and shape of the female that comes in third. That's a bigger footed female that's really comfortable as she gets out and goes. Again, when you compare her to the top side of this particular class, probably not as overwhelming in terms of body shape. She is the flattest in terms of her forerib and probably the shallowest in terms of depth of body of any in this particular set. But I prefer her in terms of structure and longevity over the heifer that's going to come next. The heifer that's going to round out this set I really do like in terms of her center body and just her rib shape and her natural dimension from that perspective. Just as we study this heifer as she travels out of her rear skeleton, she's the smaller footed female that's probably not as comfortable as she tracks out of her hip and off of her rear skeleton. I'd like to loosen her up structurally to move her higher in this particular set. Another really nice class here in our Angus show. Let's put our hands together for those kids, please.
Congratulations goes to Caden Harris from Augusta County for winning Class 2. In second place, Stella Herndon from Clark County. In third place, Ruth Hale from Hanover. And in fourth place, Cameron Mayo from Fluvanna County. We're now going to move into Angus Class 3, our early senior heifer calves. First into the ring, we have Emery Seal from Augusta County. Heifer born October 24th of last year. Emery's followed by Ella Jane Michael from Augusta County. Heifer born October 21st of last year. Next is Aubrey Herbers from Pittsylvania County. Heifer born October 14th. Next is Kyle Prince from Appomattox County. Heifer born September the 21st. Following Kyle will be Ethan Furrow from Franklin County. Heifer born September 13th of 2022. And finally, Evan McCall from Augusta County, heifer born September 3rd of last year. Again, this is Angus Class 3, early senior heifer calves. Following this class, we're going to bring back our two class winners. to select our champion senior heifer calf. Again, we do want to recognize and thank Mandy Rooker with Mandy Rooker Photography. Her and her team have been here all weekend, capturing the moments from this weekend's event. Yeah, give her a round of applause. We also want to thank Showbarn Flicks for being here and live streaming this event so that we can watch at home. And so thank you, Showbarn Flicks, for being here with us and making it possible for those who couldn't be here to still be with us. Again, this is Angus Class 3 Early Senior Heifer Calves. Again, we do want to thank the Virginia Junior Angus Association for sponsoring our Angus Breeding Heifer Awards. We've got a lot of beef show sponsors that have helped make this weekend possible. We want to thank the Clark family, Tim, Gretchen, Gordon, and Suter Clark, for sponsoring their showmanship banners. We want to thank MC Livestock, the McCall family, for sponsoring the showmanship rally towels again this year. We want to thank Point Pleasant Farm, Kurt and Jennifer Friedel, for being showmanship champion sponsors. Again, we want to thank Montgomery Farm Bureau, Rockingham Feeder Cattle Association, Spring Lake Livestock, the Cyphers family, Shearpoint Farm, Nick and Courtney Belcher, Country Crossroads Vet Service, Dr. Francis Grubb, the Virginia Cattlemen's Association, Blue Ridge Cattlemen's Association, the Blue Ridge Animal Clinic, Glen Mary Farms, the Nixon family, Springwood Livestock Management Services, Dr. Andy Meadows, and Woods Farm, the Woods family, and 2K Farm, the Talbert family. We also want to thank the Virginia Simmental and Junior Simmental Association, the Virginia Junior Hereford Association, and we want to thank our partners for this weekend's event, the State Fair of Virginia, Virginia Farm Bureau, Virginia Cooperative Extension, Virginia Youth Animal Science Program, Virginia Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Farm Credit of the Virginias, First Bank and Trust, and the Bank of Botetourt Ag Lending Division.
I told all of these kids it's a little too early to be making me work and think this hard. Put our hands together, though. This is a really, really high-quality yearling heifer class. I'm not sure that it comes together just tremendously easy, as our class winner is, man, you guys got her up too early. She's tired of standing already. I think there's a handful of different things that you could do here in this particular set, and I think it comes down to where and how you align your priorities. And as I watched these cattle just continue to move throughout the ring, I kept coming back to this female because I'm just not sure that there's anything that she does that's tremendously wrong. Maybe just doesn't jump out and say, hey, I'm out here and I have to win this class. But I think just as I continue to study her pieces of quality and functionalities just continue to rise to the top. Where I like her better than the heifer in second, specifically is ahead of her shoulder. She's longer necked, her neck ties in higher to the top side of her shoulder. She's a longer hipped female. She handles her hock and her hind legs square and more comfortable as she gets out and goes. I want to clean her up in her navel ever so slightly. And I know that that's getting really, really nitpicky, but when we're evaluating Angus cattle at the Virginia State Fair, those are the nitpicky things that make some differences. Big-bodied, high-performing, very feminine, and again, I think that she has this specific nod in terms of balance from her shoulder forward and hind leg flexibility. Standing still, you like so many things about the heifer that comes out next. Beautiful in terms of her center body. She's really, really long and extended out through her hip. It kind of throws her off from a proportionality perspective because in relation to how long she is from her shoulder back, I read this female as a little bit shorter necked. She just doesn't balance up and blend quite as good from her shoulder forward, particularly down in her chest. And then as that heifer, as you ask her to get out and move, we want to get just a little bit more uncomfortable off of her hock and the way that she handles her rear pastern in relation to our class winner. Two really nice females there on that particular top pair. Heifer that comes next, again, I think fits into the same mold of quality as the two on the top side of this particular class do. Very feminine, very maternal in her kind. Maybe just as it doesn't have as much at this stage of the game, particularly in terms of body shape and natural dimension. In relation to those two, she's flatter at the base of her forerib, she's shallower back through her flank, and then two, as that female continues to mature, she's going to need to sit down and handle her rear legs just a little bit more comfortably. These bottom three, I think, again, it comes down to where you put your preferences because there's some bigger things about each of them that you would tweak if you could. I land on this heifer next because I appreciate her performance. I appreciate her body and just her dimension and just natural body shape. One that's too plain both on both sides of her skeleton. She wants to get just a little bit rounder and plainer ahead of her shoulder. She's jam-packed full of dimension, though, and you certainly have to appreciate the practicality in that. maybe one of the more expressively shaped females comes out next in 5th. As you study this heifer, she's got a lot of muscle shape down her top. I appreciate the dimension that she reads with through her pins, and as she carries that down to her stifle, one of the lower performing females here in this particular class that I'd like to stouten up just in terms of density and feature. Same can be said about the female that rounds out this set. I think she's nice in terms of femininity. I think she's long and she's level in terms of her top line. We run into challenges on her. That's the frailest footed heifer in this particular set. She needs more bone, and then she needs more dimension as you study her as she goes away from you. Just kind of wants to flatten and play out as she goes. Put her hands together. I think that's a really nice set here of Angus females.
Congratulations. Your early senior heifer calf class winner was Emery Seal from Augusta County. In second place, Ella Jane Michael, also from Augusta County. In third place, Aubrey Herbers from Pittsylvania County. In fourth place, Ethan Furrow from Franklin County. In fifth place, Evan McCall from Augusta County. And in sixth place, Kyle Prince from Appomattox. We're now going to bring back our two class winners to compete for the champion senior heifer calf. So from class 2, the late senior heifer calves, we've got Caden Harris from Augusta County. From class 3, our early senior heifer calves, we've got our class winner, Emery Seal from Augusta County. We're also bringing back our second place entries. So our second place entry from class 2 was Stella Herndon from Clark County. And from class 3, Ella Jane Michael from Augusta County. Again, this is for the selection of our Angus champion senior heifer calf.
What a fun division, just packed full of quality, and all of these exhibitors are doing a fantastic job. I really appreciate you guys bringing this level of quality of Angus females here to the Virginia State Fair, because it's a lot of fun as an evaluator to be able to go through and kind of study the parts and pieces that you like about each of them, because I do think that there's some differences. I'm just going to talk real quickly about my two class winners out here, so you guys around the ring have a better idea of maybe the things that I'm reading in each of these females. I think the heifer that wins the first class here in this particular division is one that just, to me, it reads with some really freaky pieces. She has the fundamentals just in terms of body shape, skeletal correction, and flexibility. And then on top of that, I just think that she does some things to a really, really high degree. Particularly the way that that female is constructed from her shoulder forward. That is a really incredibly flat-shouldered heifer that is so attractive and so long and beautiful in terms of the way that her neck is laid into her. Really extended from there forward. Incredibly tall-fronted, and when she kind of wants to feel herself out here a little bit, she just kind of prances and cocks off and gives you just a really elite look from the side, and it's hard to put all of those pieces of balance together the way that she does. At times when she's standing still, I think that heifer wants to read just a little bit easy on the backside of her shoulder. And then again, it's probably not the biggest footed thing out here. And if I could stouten her up just in terms of her ankle and her feature at the ground, this would not be close, because I think she's just so elite from a balance perspective. As I've talked throughout the week, you guys have heard me say that I think good cattle get better on the move, and she absolutely does that. When she gets out and goes, but you can only see it when she goes this way, because she doesn't want to go that way. But when she takes a circle and she goes this way, she really strengthens up right behind her shoulder. Her top line is dead level, and she just gets out and prances, and I certainly appreciate that about her. Obviously, the heifer that comes out of the second class, higher performing, she's bigger outlined. I think that this heifer is bigger featured, just in terms of her foot size, the way that she handles the comfort in terms of her ankle, the way that she handles her flexibility. She wants to get just a little squirrely at times in terms of her hock. As she goes away from me, she wants to rotate those in. To me, that's not a functional thing. That's, as she continues to mature, we're going to plant and keep those hocks square. They're still just yearling heifers at this point. And then two here, when standing just in line, I think she's a longer bodied female that's stronger topped. So you study her right behind her shoulder. She ties in higher and stronger directly behind her shoulder, and you just appreciate how long and level she is from there. I don't want to take anything away from my second place females, but I do think that the two that are my favorite would be my two class winners. And I think that they're different in terms of their kind, both tremendously high quality, both offer a lot of pieces just in terms of breeding and practical value for these gentlemen. Let's put our hands together and I'll show you the one that I prefer.
Congratulations. Your Angus Champion Senior Heifer Calf goes to Caden Harris from Augusta County. And your Reserve Champion Senior Heifer Calf will then go to Emery Seal, also from Augusta County. Congratulations, gentlemen. All right, we're going to move right into our intermediate division, and we've actually only got a single entry for our intermediate yearling heifer class, Class 4. It's going to be exhibited by Emma Alexander, and this heifer was born May the 8th of 2022. Again, this is the intermediate yearling heifer division, and only a single entry in this class.
This is an awesome single entry, just jam-packed full of quality. She just hits me as a really elite cow prospect, right? That she's got absolutely some show heifer pieces, but she's big-footed, she's sound-structured. She probably has the best hind leg that I've seen thus far, just in terms of this particular breed. I like the stoutness of feature. I like that we're square in our hock. We sit down comfortably in our pastern. We're flexible in our ankle. And then from there, she just blends all of the pieces of quality together from there forward. Beautiful in her center body, plenty attractive up front. Maybe not the geekiest neck thing that we've seen here in this particular breed, but she does it very, very proportionally and still very attractively. Put her hands together. That's a really nice single entry.
All right, congratulations to Emma Alexander for exhibiting our Angus Champion Intermediate Yearling Heifer. We're now going to move into our Junior Yearling Heifer division, and we've got 2 classes. Next into the ring will be Class 5, our late Junior Yearling Heifers, and we've got 3 entries in this class. First into the ring will be Jack Bagoon from Augusta County, heifer born April the 21st of last year. Next will be Emily Stanford from Loudoun County, heifer born April 17th of last year. And finally, we've got Cameron Mayo from Fluvanna County, heifer born March the 1st of 2022. Again, this is Class 5 late Junior Yearling Heifers.
Nice class of some very highly presented, high-quality females. And I think, again, it just comes down to basic fundamental things just in terms of freshness, in terms of condition, and just skeletal correctness. And I read the heifer that wins this class to not only be the most dimensional, just in terms of true mass and shape, particularly as you get behind her and you study her dimension through her pins and the way that she carries that extra width to the ground. But then again, too, I read her as just the standard structured option. I like the way outside of her chest, if we could clean her up just a touch there. I like the way that she blends just a little smoother into the top of her shoulder. I think she's a little bit more comfortable in the step that she takes out of her front skeleton. And then I think as she goes away, she's a really big-footed option that takes just a longer stride and is a little bit more collected. Beautifully presented Angus heifer that comes next. I mean, it's hard to get hair and fluff and just presentation like this on an Angus female, particularly in the summer. And my congratulations to this young man and the crew that stands behind this heifer on doing a fabulous job. I'm just not sure that as I break her down, that she's just quite as genuine in terms of power and dimension all the way through. You study that female, and I think that she's pushing plenty of condition at this stage of the game. And then, too, I mean, she just wants to get a fraction narrower when compared to our class winner. Probably not as comfortable the way that she gets out of either side of her skeleton. Female that's going to round out this particular set just ran into some tremendously high quality here in this particular age division. But that's a long-bodied, very practical breeding piece for this young lady. One that we could stouten up a little bit just in terms of her feature and her dimension, particularly down in her quarter. But again, long-bodied, high-performing, nice breeding piece. Let's put our hands together. That's a really nice top pair.
Congratulations. Your Class 5 winner was Emily Stanford from Loudoun County. In second place, Jack Bagoon from Augusta County. And in third place, Cameron Mayo from Fluvanna. We're now going to move into Class 6, our early junior yearling heifers. We've got 6 entries in this class. First into the ring is Ella Jane Michael from Augusta County, heifer born February 25th of last year. Next is Caden Harris from Augusta County, heifer born February 24th. Next is Charles Farmer from Pittsylvania County, heifer born February the 1st of last year. Following Charles will be Aubrey Herbers from Pittsylvania County, heifer born January 22nd of last year. Following Aubrey will be Sophie Salling from Orange County, heifer born January the 20th of 2022. And finally, Ava Hernandez from Loudoun County, heifer born January 15th of 2022. Again, this is Angus Class 6, early junior yearling heifers. Following this class, we will bring back both of our most recent class winners to compete for the Angus Champion Junior Yearling Heifer. Again, we want to give a special thank you to the Virginia Junior Angus Association for sponsoring the Angus Breeding Heifer Awards. We also want to thank our crew that's helping make this weekend's events possible. We want to thank our ring crew. We've got Sam Leach, who is a Rockingham County 4-H agent. We've got Ms. Shirley Kaufman, who's an ag teacher and FFA advisor at Buffalo Gap High School. We've gotten our lineup crew, Megan Sheets, Rockbridge County 4-H agent, and Mr. Chad Joins from the Virginia Tech School of Animal Sciences. And riding shotgun up here next to me is Miss Ashley Cron from Augusta County, 4-H educator. And again, let's put our hands together for all our volunteers who've helped make this weekend possible. Again, this is Class 6 Early Junior Yearling Heifers. And as a reminder for today's show schedule, following the Angus show, we will move to the Simmental Heifer Show. That will be followed by the Hereford Show. And the Hereford Show will be followed by the Percentage Simmental Show. And at the conclusion of all of our registered breed shows, we will bring back all of our breed champions to compete for the Supreme Heifer Drive.
Y'all, I got here this morning and I was like, man, it's chilly. And then they're like, no, don't worry, it's going to get really hot. And I don't know, like, if it just got hard or if I'm sweating or something, but it just got really warm out here. This is a really, really good class, particularly this top pair. And then I think that the next pair is really close and it just kind of breaks out that way. But these are two tremendously high-quality Angus females. And I think it's very, very nitpicky, at least for me, when it comes down to some of the little things. The female that's going to win this class for me, again, I've said this before, and I certainly don't mean to reduce her quality, but she does nothing wrong, right? And I think ultimately when it comes down to just placing classes, it turns into, at times, which one is the most fault-free. But that also means that, on the flip side of that, that's discounting her quality, and I don't intend to do that. She is the most fault-free. She's also the most elite, in my opinion. I think she does just some tremendously good things, incredibly smooth built. Love her particularly out of her hip and hind leg. To me, the advantage of her over the heifer that's in second, I just read there to be more heifer there. She's wider chested. I think she's bolder the way she's put together in her forerib, and she's just more massive as I study her. Smoothness, foot, ankle, hind leg structure. To me, that advantage goes to the heifer in second. She's incredibly long hipped. She's beautiful in how she handles her rear skeleton. That's a very elite pair of females. To me, as I study her in relation to our class winner, Maybe not quite as long and attractive on the bottom side of her neck in front of her shoulder. And then from there, in a very comparative sense, she's a touch flatter there at the base of her forearm. She's just the narrower chested female that's slightly more closed up in a comparative sense. Certainly has more than enough dimension in her own right. So we move on from there. Again, another massive, practical, big-bodied heifer that comes out next. Probably just doesn't balance up quite as good for me as the two heifers on the top side of this particular class. And then it's her rear leg skeleton for me that I want to see just stouter at the ground. She needs to be bolder featured in her ankle. She's a little bit sharper in the angle to her hock than the two heifers on the top side of this particular set. And all of those pieces of mass and dimension maybe don't blend together as smoothly as the two on the top of this particular set. Shoulder back on this one, she's tremendously good. I mean, if you want to study her through her full rib, back through her flank, the dimension that she reads with out of her pin set and down through her quarter, she's really elite in those areas. For me, she wants to get just too plain and generic in the way that she's built in the front third of her skeleton. As we move on from there, I think some females that really ran into a challenging class, they want to get plainer and just a little bit more generic in the way they're constructed in their front third. Maybe some differences in terms of body shape and condition at this stage of the game. But again, I think really productive, really practical females from top to bottom here in this particular set. Two pretty elite ones at the top end, if you ask my opinion. Please put your hands together for all of these exhibitors on a job well done.
Congratulations goes to Caden Harris of Augusta County for winning Class 6. In second place, Aubrey Herbers from Pittsylvania County. In third place, Ella Jane Michael from Augusta County. In fourth place, Sophie Salling from Orange County. In fifth place, Ava Hernandez from Loudoun County. And in sixth place, Charles Farmer from Pennsylvania County. We're now going to bring back our two class winners to compete for our Angus Champion Junior Yearling Heifer. From Class 5, our class winner was Emily Stanford from Loudoun County, heifer born April the 17th of 2022. And from Class 6, our early Junior Yearling Heifer, class winner was Caden Harris from Augusta County, heifer born February 24th of 2022. We've also got our second place entries. From Class 5, we've got Jack Bagoon from Augusta County. And from Class 6, we've got Aubrey Herbers from Pennsylvania County. Again, this is for the selection of our Angus Champion Junior Yearling Heifer.
Let's put our hands together for a very competitive, tremendously high-quality division out here in our Angus Female Show. Two class winners and two second places, for that matter, that just exemplify quality and just tremendous Angus breeding females that I think, you know, again, we've talked, not only are they just practical and fundamental and are going to be great investments and breeding pieces for each of these exhibitors, but truly, I think will make a lasting impact potentially on the Angus breed and replication of their genetics. I think we'll continue to take that breed forward and do big things. So it's a pleasure to get to come out here and work through them and maybe select the ones that are more my kind and do some some things that I think is tremendously hard to do. I also want to congratulate these exhibitors. I mean, once we get to yearlings and older, and we've got some bred females out here, they decide that they want to be some kind of finicky show females. It's harder to keep them together. The older that they get, the heavier bred that they get. It's more challenging to do, and it doesn't matter to me what species of livestock we're talking. Excuse me. It's hard to keep fresh, really good, really sound, really athletic, bigger animals. It's harder to keep them together as they age, particularly for these bred females as they get further along in calf. So I think some really elite ones here in this particular division, and I've talked longer on the microphone probably than most of you would prefer, but I'm not sure that you can do anything wrong here in this particular division. I think that we've got some differences just in terms of maybe performance, and I don't mean performance, but maybe just frame size and extension. Obviously, there's a slight age difference here. I think maybe 60 days or so. But we've got a more moderate, kind of traditional, really shapely heifer that wins the first class, and then we have one that's a little bigger and more extended, maybe a little longer in some areas. Both that are incredibly sound structured, incredibly good bodied, very attractive and good looking, and very, very sound. So all of those things are things that I really like in any breed of cattle, but specifically the Angus breed. So again, let's put our hands together. I'll show you the two that I prefer the most, but again, a tremendously high quality division.
Congratulations, your champion Angus Junior yearling heifer goes to Caden Harris from Augusta County. Next into the lineup will be our second place entry from Class 6, exhibited by Aubrey Herbers from Pennsylvania. Again, this will be for the selection of our Angus Reserve Champion Junior yearling heifer. All right, congratulations. Your Reserve Angus Champion Junior yearling heifer goes to Aubrey Herbers from Pennsylvania County. All right, we're going to move into our Senior Yearling Heifer Division. We've got a single entry for Class 7 late senior yearling heifers. This entry is going to be exhibited by John Hale from Hanover County. Heifer born December the 2nd of 2021. Again, this is Class 7 late senior yearling Angus heifers.
I know I'm going to have to put that back on soon, but I'm not.
And we once again want to thank the Virginia Junior Angus Association for helping sponsor the Angus Breeding Heifer Awards.
Really nice cow prospect here for this young man, and I think one that's going to offer a lot of breeding value for him. Very practical is how this female strikes me, just really cowy in terms of her center bodied. She's long, she's extended, she sounds structured. Maybe not just a picture of elegance through her front third. She's a little bit more open, particularly at the top of her shoulder, and then her neck set is just a little bit lower than ideal. But again, from her shoulder back, I think she offers a lot of really high quality pieces. Let's put our hands together. It's a really nice single entry here in this class.
Congratulations goes to John Hale for exhibiting the class winner in Angus Class 7, the late senior yearling heifers. Now entering the ring will be Class 8, early senior yearling heifers, and we've got 2 entries in this class. First into the ring will be Sadie Poole from Augusta County, heifer born October 28th of 2021. Sadie will be followed by Jeb Collins from Wythe County, heifer born September 13th of 2021. Again, we've got 2 entries in this Class 8 early senior yearling heifers.
Another nice pair here in our final division, and I think one that just reads with a tremendous amount of quality that needs to go ahead and win this class. I think no question she's got the growth and performance advantage on her side, tremendously dimensional, big-footed, sound structured, still really attractive up through her front end. Really nice high-quality breeding piece for that young lady. A really long-bodied, kind of practical built one that comes out next. Just gives up some pieces in terms of mass and dimension and overall growth and performance to our class winner, but again, a very nice individual in her own right. Please put your hands together for our final class here in the Angus Heifer Show.
All right, congratulations goes to Sadie Poole from Augusta County for winning Class 8. And in second place, Jeb Collins from Wythe County. We're now going to bring back our class winners from Class 7 and Class 8 to select our champion Angus Senior Yearling Heifer. From Class 7, we have entry by John Hale from Hanover County, heifer born December the 2nd of 2021. And from Class 8, our class winner Sadie Poole from Augusta County, heifer born October the 28th of 2021. We've also got our second place entry from Class 8, Jeb Collins from Wythe County, heifer born September the 13th of 2021. Again, this is to select our champion Angus Senior Yearling Heifer. Following the selection of our champion from this division, we will bring back all of our division champions to select our overall grand champion Angus and heifer. We then will have a bred-and-owned Angus heifer class.
It's been an incredibly fun Angus show here this morning, and this division certainly isn't short on quality whatsoever, and they fit in very nicely with the females that we've seen thus far throughout the Angus show. It's been an honor and a privilege for me to be able to sort it, and I'm continuing to look forward to getting all of these division champions back out here for our final drive. I think this decision comes together relatively handily. This young lady here that wins the second class is going to go ahead and be our division champion, and I think the one that followed her in class, the young man's heifer here to my left, is going to go ahead and be reserve here in this particular division. Please put your hands together for a really nice group of Angus females.
Congratulations goes to Sadie Poole from Augusta County for exhibiting the champion Angus Senior Yearling Heifer. And congratulations to Jeb Collins from Wythe County for exhibiting the reserve champion Angus Senior Yearling Heifer. We are now going to bring back all of our division champions to compete for the grand champion Angus heifer. First in the ring will be our Angus champion junior heifer calf, and that's going to be exhibited by Ethan Furrow from Franklin County. Heifer born February the 7th of this year. Next will be our champion Angus senior heifer calf, exhibited by Caden Harris from Augusta County. Heifer born November the 25th of last year. Following Caden will be Emma Alexander, our champion intermediate yearling heifer. Emma's from Louisa County, and heifer was born May the 8th of 2022. Next will be our champion Angus junior yearling heifer, exhibited by Caden Harris from Augusta County. Heifer born February the 24th of 2022. And finally, we have our champion senior yearling heifer, exhibited by Sadie Poole from Augusta County. Heifer born October the 28th of 2021. Again, this is for the selection of our overall grand champion Angus heifer. And we do have our reserve champion heifers on standby behind me, and we do want to recognize our reserve champion junior heifer calf, exhibited by Rachel Hale from Hanover County. Our reserve champion senior heifer calf, exhibited by Emery Seal from Augusta County. Our reserve champion junior yearling heifer, exhibited by Aubrey Herbers from Pittsylvania County. And our reserve champion senior yearling heifer, exhibited by Jeb Collins from Wythe County. Again, we want to give a special thank you and shout out to the Virginia Junior Angus Association for sponsoring our Angus Breeding Heifer Awards. Following the selection of our champion and reserve champion Angus heifer, we will have a bred-and-owned class. Following that, we'll let our judge go down and take pictures with our champions. and then we will roll right into the Simmental Heifer Show. Again, we want to thank and recognize our judge, Christy Gable from North Central Colorado, for being here with us throughout the entire weekend. We also want to thank Mandy Rooker Photography, her and her team for being here, and Showbarn Flicks for live streaming this event for us. Again, this is the selection of our Grand and Reserve champion, Angus Heifer. Each of these exhibitors in the ring has won their division for their respective age division.
This division has been a lot of fun. Actually, the show, I should say, has been an awful lot of fun to sort. If you would please, let's please congratulate all of the Angus exhibitors here at the State Fair. To me, as I've tried to do kind of all weekend, at least throughout the female show, is just kind of prioritize soundness of structure and skeletal build and just overall quality. And I think that we've done this here in this particular division, and then we've got a couple of females out here that just do some extras. And I think between the two of them that are my favorite, I think there's one that's stouter and more powerful and has an awful lot of dimension and feature, which I think is tremendously unique, particularly for this breed. And then I think there's one that's maybe a little taller shouldered and a little bit more extended and maybe just a little smoother built, particularly through her front third. So I think it's really close, and I think it's appropriate for each of us to kind of have our favorite, and it's okay here in this particular drive if our favorite's not the same one. I think that they're different kinds, but both represent tremendous quality here in this particular breed, and they've been a lot of fun for me to sort. So I'm going to take one final look. Obviously, I'll select our champion, and then we'll bring in a second place, and I'll probably evaluate those at that point. But again, it's been a lot of fun and an honor for me here in this particular breed. So one more time, let's put our hands together for all of these exhibitors.
Congratulations. Your grand champion Angus heifer is going to be exhibited by Caden Harris from Augusta County. Heifer coming out of the junior yearling division. We will now bring in our reserve champion junior yearling heifer, exhibited by Aubrey Herbers from Pittsylvania County. Heifer born January the 22nd of 2022. Again, congratulations, Caden. Again, our judge is now going to select our reserve grand champion Angus heifer. Following the selection of our reserve, we will go into a bred and owned Angus heifer class. Following that class, we will grab some pictures with our champions and then move right into the Simmental show. All right, congratulations. Your reserve champion, Angus heifer, is going to be exhibited by Emma Alexander from Louisa County out of our intermediate division. Again, congratulations. Your grand champion, Angus heifer, was exhibited by Caden Harris from Augusta County, and your reserve grand champion heifer exhibited by Emma Alexander from Louisa. We're now going to move into our bred and owned Angus heifer class. We've got 4 entries in this class, and all of these heifers were bred and raised and are still owned by our exhibitors. And again, following this class, we will grab some pictures with our champions from our Angus show and then move into our Simmental show. All right, first into the ring, we've got Ethan Furrow from Franklin County. Heifer born February the 7th of this year. And Ethan's actually got 2 entries in this class. He's got the second entry as well. Heifer born on September the 13th, 2022. Next will be Evan McCall from Augusta County. Heifer born September the 3rd, 2022. And finally, Cameron Mayo from Fluvanna County. Heifer born March the 1st of 2022. Again, this is your bred and owned Angus heifer class.
I have so much respect and admiration for these kids that participate in the bred and owned division. It takes a lot of time and a lot of thought and a lot of expense and a lot of preparation to breed and raise your own show projects. So y'all are to be commended for that. Maybe a little unorthodox because obviously we're evaluating heifers at different ages, different stages of production and maturity. So we're not exactly comparing apples to apples, but to me that's the point where you just really rely on quality and picking your type of females. And the one that wins this class obviously was just out here in our Grand Drive. I think she's really nice, obviously just a young calf still, but as she continues to mature, she holds those pieces of balance and quality and eye appeal and look together. I think she'll be a really nice one as she continues to mature and becomes a bred female. Really attractive, particularly from shoulder back heifer here that comes out in second. Again, I think as we talked to her in class, if we could loosen her up, maybe off of her rear hock and rear pastern and set her down on a bigger foot and give her some more feature, I think that would help balance her because she does read with so much mass and dimension on the top side of her skeleton. Just a plainer built heifer that comes out next. She's tremendously practical in terms of her center body, reads with some dimension and is sound enough in terms of her structure. It's just from her shoulder forward, we're shorter necked, we're deeper in terms of our chest and shoulder. And then the one that's going to round out this particular set, a nice practical cow project for this young lady, but one that's just too plain in terms of her kind, needs a shot more natural dimension all the way through. Let's put our hands together for these bred and owned exhibitors and their projects.
Congratulations, your class winner goes to Ethan Furrow from Franklin County. In second place, Evan McCall from Augusta County. In third place, Ethan Furrow from Franklin County. And in fourth place, Cameron Mayo from Fluvanna County. Again, congratulations on a great Angus show. We appreciate the Virginia Junior Angus Association sponsoring the awards. We will be back in just a few minutes once we grab some pictures to start our Simmental show. All right, folks, we're back in action here. We're going to kick off our Simmental Heifer Show. And we've got a single entry in this first class, late junior heifer calves. Our entry is going to be exhibited by Cullen Joins from Montgomery County, heifer born March 25th of this year. Again, this is class number 1, late junior heifer calves, to start off our Simmental Heifer Show.
Young man does a really nice job with this Simmental heifer calf. I think one that you can tell is just going to exemplify all of the things that the Simmies are known for in terms of growth and performance and dimension. She puts that all together in a very attractive and sound structured package. My congratulations to this young man on a nice single entry female.
Congratulations. Let's get a round of applause for Cullen. He's going to have our junior heifer calf champion. Next, we're going to move into our senior heifer calf division, and we've got one class of early senior heifer calves to compete for this division. First into the ring, we've got Cooper Joins from Montgomery County, heifer born October the 8th of 2022. Cooper will be followed by Charlie Elsey from Russell County, heifer born October the 4th of 2022. Again, this is Class 2 early senior heifer calves, and this will be for the selection also for the Simmental Senior Heifer Calf Champion.
Another nice pair of productive females. And I think the one that wins this class just gives us a little bit more performance, gives us a little bit more balance and just overall female quality, particularly from her shoulder back. I like her additional length of body. She's a longer hip female that remains leveler and square from hooks to pins. She's a little bit more genuine in terms of her hock placement as she goes. Both of these females are obviously purebred Simmental, so we're just a nickel planer in terms of our front third. But again, I think reads with a lot of dimension and structural integrity. Female that comes next is more modern in her type and kind. She's bold-bodied, reads with a lot of shape and power in terms of muscularity. Maybe wants to get just a touch rounder everywhere you study her when compared to our class winner. But again, I think a really nice pair of high-quality females.
All right, let's get a round of applause. Your Simmental Senior Heifer Calf Champion exhibited by Cooper Joins from Montgomery County, and your Reserve Senior Heifer Calf Champion exhibited by Charlie Elsey from Russell County. Next, we're going to move into our junior yearling heifer division, and we do have two classes of junior yearling heifers. The first class of junior yearlings will be our late junior yearling heifers, and we've got 3 entries in that class. It'll be Class 3. Leading off the class, we've got Sally Williams from Wythe County, heifer born April the 4th of last year. Sally will be followed by Malachi Music from Russell County, heifer born March the 26th of 2022. And finally, we'll have Waylon Wilkins from Rockingham County, heifer born March the 1st of 2022. Again, this is Simmental Class 3 late junior yearling heifers. Again, we want to thank the Virginia Simmental and Junior Simmental Association for sponsoring the Simmental Breeding Heifer Awards. Again, 3 entries in this late junior yearling heifer class. Again, once we get through the Simmental heifers, the next breed that we'll show will be Herefords. We will then move into the Percentage Simmental show and then bring back all of our breed winners to compete for the Supreme Heifer Drive.
One out here that wins this class, it kind of makes these young exhibitors work for it a little bit because she doesn't just want to step right into it and cock off and give you just a look of quality that I know she's got. But there's a lot of heifer here. I mean, she is stout and powerful and dimensional and bold-bodied. With that, too, I think probably one of the more attractive ones that we've seen through her front third. She does the same thing that all of my Simmental influence cattle do with her tail head and kind of cranks it up a little higher. Wants to, if we could lay that down or just kind of relax her there, I think that would help from a balance perspective. But these 2 young exhibitors do a really nice job with this high-quality female. Another really high-performing and stout one comes out next. Maybe just doesn't have the overwhelming body shape in terms of full rib and flank depth. She's big-footed, really attractive, but not quite as put together and as smooth of a package as our class winner. Another really stout, powerful one that comes out next. But this red one I read is just a little bit harsher in terms of her body type. I want to see her just a little bit bolder and softer there through her forerib and carry that softness and extra depth back through her flank. If we could stouten her up in terms of her rear feature, I think that would help her balance up a little better as well. Put your hands together. That was a really nice class.
All right, congratulations goes to Waylon Wilkins from Rockingham County for exhibiting a class winner for Class 3. In second place, we have Malachi Music from Russell County. And in third place, Sally Williams from Wythe County. We're now going to move into Class 4, our early junior yearling heifer class. And we've got 4 entries in this class, led off by Ella Miller from Wythe County, heifer born February 21st of last year. Next is Leslie Linton from Stafford, heifer born February the 4th of last year. Leslie's followed by Colt Thomas from Washington County, heifer born on January the 12th, 2022. And finally, Cooper Joins from Montgomery County, heifer born January the 5th of 2022. Again, this is Class 4, early junior yearling heifers. Following this class, we will bring back our class winners to select our champion junior yearling heifer. Again, as the cattle are circling the ring, we want to introduce and thank our judge, Christy Gable from North Central Colorado. Christy went to Butler and K-State, where she competed on the livestock judging teams and majored in animal science. She then went to work for Zoetis for a number of years in the animal health field before returning to her family's farm and feed yard, Magnum Feed Yard in Colorado, where they feed out and market almost 80,000 fed cattle per year. And they've also got a 500-head commercial cow-calf operation. And so Christy's done an awesome job working with our youth and evaluating our stock this weekend. And so let's give her a round of applause for being here. We also, again, do want to thank the Virginia Simmental and Junior Simmental Association for sponsoring the Simmental Breeding Heifer Awards.
Nice top pair, and there might be some that would prefer to switch this top pair, and I certainly wouldn't argue with that. I think the heifer that wins this class to me is the most comfortable in terms of her top line. I think that I really appreciate the way that she handles her hawk and her pastern on the move. One that I'll admit is a little bit more moderate in terms of her type and kind, and maybe just doesn't have that additional skeletal growth and extension that the heifer that's second in this particular class does. You all got to remember that I'm from the desert in Colorado, where it takes a lot of acres to run a pair, so moderate cattle that are easy fleshing and easy doing work in my world. So that's probably where more moderate ones that give up some growth certainly don't bother me. Plus, I think she's got plenty of power and natural dimension to back that up. Certainly, her and her offspring will weigh plenty as well. Beautiful udder that she's got coming in. I think just a really smooth, nice, balanced one to win this particular class. If you want one that's a little stretchier, that reads with a little bit more growth and performance, this Blaze Face heifer that comes second would probably be a little more your speed, and I certainly don't disagree with you there. Really appreciate just her length of body and her performance. That's a really flat-shouldered, really attractive one up through her front third. I think she wants to get just a little bit more uncomfortable as she travels around than our class winner does, particularly out of her rear skeleton. And then two, I know this is getting nitpicky, but if we could lay that tail head in and just a little bit smoother, I think it would help with her top line balance. We move on from there. We've got a nice Baldy heifer that's really practical in terms of her kind. Good forerib shape, good dimension. One that needs a little bit more stoutness of feature to go with her added shape up high. And then the one that's going to round out the class, again, you appreciate in terms of her performance and her length of body. Just one that needs to be looser structured off of her rear skeleton, maybe freshened up ever so slightly. Put your hands together for a really nice top pair here in this particular class.
All right, congratulations goes to Cooper Joins from Montgomery County for exhibiting a Class 4 winner. In second place, Colt Thomas from Washington County. In third place, Ella Miller from Wythe. And in fourth place, Leslie Linton from Stafford. We're now going to move into the selection of our division champion for the Junior Yearling Heifer Division. We'll bring back our class winners. So from Class 3, the late Junior Yearling Heifer class, we've got Waylon Wilkins from Rockingham County, heifer born March the 1st of 2022. And from Class 4, our early Junior Yearling Heifers, Cooper Joins from Montgomery County, heifer born January the 5th of 2022. We're also going to bring in our second place entries in those classes. From Class 3, we've got Malachi Music from Russell County, heifer born March the 26th of 2022. And from Class 4, Colt Thomas from Washington County, heifer born on January the 12th of 2022. Again, this is for the selection of our Simmental champion Junior Yearling heifer.
Certainly a nice division and one that I think comes together fairly logically from my perspective. I think as we transition from the Angus to the Simmental females, and you'll see that maybe just as a whole we're not quite as smooth or maybe just as feminine appearing as some of our Angus cattle were, but we certainly bring a lot more stoutness and a lot more growth and a lot more dimension. And those would be things that we come to expect from the Simmental breed, and I think that all of these females are excellent representatives of that. So I'll show you the two that I prefer the best. Let's put our hands together on a really nice division.
Congratulations, your champion junior yearling heifer goes to Cooper Joins from Montgomery County. Again, this is going to be for the selection of our reserve champion junior yearling heifer. And your reserve champion junior yearling heifer goes to Colt Thomas from Washington County. Congratulations. All right, we're going to move into the final division of our Simmental Heifer Show. Our senior yearling heifer division. We've got 2 entries in Class 5, the late senior yearling heifers. First into the ring is Lance Clark from Amherst County. Heifer born November the 27th of 2021. Our second entry is exhibited by Remington Robson from Culpeper. Heifer born on November the 10th of 2021. Again, this is Class 5, late senior yearling heifers. And following the senior yearling heifer division, we'll move into the selection of our grand and reserve champion Simmental heifers. We then will have our bred and owned class before taking some pictures and moving into the Hereford show.
This young man does a great job, and I distinctly remember he came and showed this heifer in showmanship, and I asked what her name was, and he told me her name was Clover. And I said, "What's your favorite thing about Clover?" And he said, "She licks me." But more than that, I mean, this heifer does a fantastic job for this young man. Obviously, they're a super great pair, but I think this female, just in terms of her conformation, is one that you appreciate just in terms of her smoothness and her balance and her femininity, particularly here at this stage of development and in this breed. She's one that I think is tremendously attractive. She's very, very long-bodied. She's very sound in terms of her structure. She's starting to develop a really beautiful udder, and you can tell she's going to be a nice, productive breeding piece for this young man. Certainly don't want to take anything away from this gentleman with the heifer that's coming out in second, one that's really bold-bodied and reads with a lot of dimension coming out of her pins. Maybe one that's just a little bit plainer in terms of her kind, doesn't quite give you the same pieces of just balance and femininity, particularly through her front third. So you study this female, she's a little plainer necked, reads with a little bit more chest, and then too, I'd like to clean her up there in her navel ever so slightly. Very nice pair of females. Let's put our hands together for both of those exhibitors doing a great job.
All right, congratulations. Your class winner from Class 5 is Remington Robson from Culpeper. And in second place, we have Lance Clark from Amherst. We're now going to move into Class 6, our early senior yearling heifers, and we've got a single entry in this class, exhibited by Charlie Elsey from Russell County, heifer born October the 15th of 2021. Again, this is our early senior yearling heifer class. Following this class, we will move to select our champion and reserve champion senior yearling heifer.
Really broody cow prospect here in our final class in this particular division. I think a female that, especially from her shoulder back, she does so many good things. She's bold and dimensional in terms of her rib shape and her body. Obviously very productive and stout and powerful as you read her out of her pins. One that is sound and good in terms of her structure as well. Young man's done a very nice job with her. Let's show our congratulations to he and his family.
Congratulations goes to Charlie Elsey from Russell County for winning Class 6. We're now going to move into the selection of our Simmental Champion Senior Yearling Heifer. So we're going to bring back our class winners from Class 5 and 6. From Class 5, we've got Remington Robson from Culpeper, heifer born on November the 10th of 2021. And from Class 6, we'll bring back Charlie Elsey from Russell County, heifer born October the 15th of 2021. We'll also bring in our second place entry from the late senior yearling heifer class, exhibited by Lance Clark from Amherst. Again, this is for the selection of our champion Simmental senior yearling heifer. Following the selection of our grand and reserve senior yearling heifer, we will move to the overall selection for Grand Champion Simmental heifer, followed by our bred and owned class. Then we'll take some pictures and move into the Hereford show.
great division of 3 females, and I think there's some differences in terms of type and kind. I think there's some give and take just in terms of femininity and pieces of balance, but then also just mass and dimension and power. To me, there's 2 heifers in here that pair up relatively well, but I want to congratulate all 3 of these Simmental enthusiasts here in this division. Let's put our hands together, and I'll show you the 2 that I prefer.
All right, congratulations. Your champion senior yearling heifer is exhibited by Charlie Elsey from Russell County. And your reserve champion senior yearling heifer will be exhibited by Remington Robson from Culpeper. All right, we're going to now move to the selection of our overall grand champion Simmental heifer. So we're going to bring back our division champions. First into the ring will be our champion junior heifer calf, exhibited by Cullen Joins from Montgomery County, heifer born March the 25th of this year. Next, we've got our Simmental senior heifer calf champion, exhibited by Cooper Joins from Montgomery County, heifer born October the 8th of last year. Next, we'll have our champion junior yearling heifer, also exhibited by Cooper Joins from Montgomery County, heifer born January the 5th of 2022. And finally, our champion senior yearling heifer, exhibited by Charlie Elsey from Russell County, heifer born October the 15th of 2021. Again, we do also want to recognize our reserves who are back here behind me. We've got our reserve senior heifer calf champion exhibited by Charlie Elsey from Russell. We've got our reserve champion junior yearling heifer exhibited by Colt Thomas from Washington County. And our reserve champion senior yearling heifer exhibited by Remington Robson from Culpeper. Let's give a round of applause for all these exhibitors on a great Simmental show. We do want to thank the Virginia Simmental and Junior Simmental Association for sponsoring the Simmental Breeding Heifer Awards. We also have a number of folks and businesses who made this weekend possible. We want to thank the Clark family, Tim, Gretchen, Gordon, and Suter Clark for sponsoring the showmanship banners, MC Livestock, the McCall family for sponsoring the showmanship rally towels, Point Pleasant Farm, Kurt and Jennifer Friedel for being showmanship champion sponsors. We want to thank Montgomery Farm Bureau, Rockingham Feeder Cattle Association, Spring Lake Livestock, the Cyphers family, Sheer Point Farm, Nick and Courtney Belcher, and we'll cover the rest here in a minute.
I interrupted at absolutely the wrong time because recognizing our sponsors is so critically important. And I do want to take an opportunity just to thank all of you who do provide sponsorship and create opportunities for all of the kids here that participate in this program. I know when I was growing up in Colorado, this was so foundational to the way that I was raised and the way that I spent my free time and my summers. And a lot of the opportunities that I was granted have helped develop me into the person that I am today, and I wouldn't be where I am obviously without the program, and the program wouldn't have been able to create a lot of the opportunities without the sponsors. So from me personally, thank you, and I'm sure that the people and the exhibitors here at the Virginia State Fair also say thank you very much. Really nice division here, not division, but championship drive with our division winners, and I think they line up incredibly nicely. females that do what you would expect from purebred Simmentals, just in terms of growth and dimension and performance. They're massive, they're powerful, but yet they still combine it in really attractive and feminine-like packages. So I think that it actually gets close out here in a few places for me. There's some that I think do some elite things, and some that are just really, really cowy in terms of their kind. So again, thank you for the opportunity. I think it was a really fun Simmental show. Let's put our hands together and I'll select your champion.
All right, congratulations goes to Cooper Joins from Montgomery County for exhibiting the grand champion Simmental heifer. We will now have our reserve champion junior yearling heifer exhibited by Colt Thomas enter the ring to compete for reserve. Again, this is for the selection of our overall reserve champion Simmental heifer. Following this, we'll have a bred known class. Then we'll grab some pictures and move into the Hereford show. All right, and congratulations goes to Cullen Joins from Montgomery County for exhibiting your reserve champion Simmental heifer. Let's give one more round of applause for all these exhibitors. What a great Simmental show. Again, we are going to move into our bred known class of Simmentals before we take a quick break for pictures. And we've got one entry in this class. It's going to be Colt Thomas from Washington County with heifer born on January the 12th, 2022. Which that's my birthday, so Colt, I think I like her a lot. Not the 2022 part, though.
Birthday buddies are automatic champions. That's what I said yesterday. There was a heifer that was born the day after my birthday, and I was like, oh, so close. But this one is the automatic champion, but obviously is a single entry here in our Bred and Owned show. This is a beautiful female and obviously a great project for this young man. Really appreciate, like I talked to her in class, just her boldness of body shape and her femininity. I think she's really long and extended. I like the way her neck ties into the top side of her shoulder. She's long and extended and just going to be a really nice brood cow for this young man. Let's put our hands together for him doing a great job with his Bred and Owned project.
Congratulations, your bred known class winner goes to Colt Thomas from Washington County. Again, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break to grab some pictures from the Simmental show, and then we'll come back here and start with our Hereford show next. All right, folks, we're getting ready to kick off our 2023 State Fair Hereford Show. We're going to start with Class 1 late junior heifer calves, and we've got 2 entries in this class. First into the ring is Sedona Sifford from Fauquier, heifer born on March the 17th of 2023. Second is Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County, heifer born on March the 3rd of 2023. Again, this is Class 1 late junior heifer calves to kick off our Hereford Show.
Nice pair of heifer calves here as we transition into our Hereford Show. Quite a big difference just in terms of performance and growth and extension here amongst this pair. I'm obviously going to use the higher performing female that appears to offer more growth. And then just on top of that, I like her added length of body. I like her rib shape. I like how she balances a little bit more comfortably, particularly in her hip. Let's give these 2 heifers a nice round of applause as we start our Hereford Show.
All right, congratulations goes to Sedona Sifford for exhibiting our Class 1 winner. And in second place, Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County. Next, we're going to move into Class 2, our early junior heifer calves. And we've got 2 entries in this class as well. Led off by Jack Bagoon from Augusta County, heifer born on January the 11th of this year. Jack's followed by Levi McDaniel from Greene County, heifer born on January the 4th of this year. Again, Hereford Class 2 early junior heifer calves. Following this class, we'll bring back our class winners to select our Hereford Junior Champion heifer calf.
Beautiful pair of springborn heifers here in this particular class. I really like the darker pigmented heifer out here to win this group. One that I just really appreciate just in terms of her body shape and her balance. Tremendously cowy and just very functional in the way that she's put together. That's a nice sound hind leg and a good hip. Really like her. Really long-bodied heifer that's going to be second, but one that probably doesn't come with the extras in terms of body shape or mass and dimension. She wants to taper ever so slightly from hooks to pins and get just a little bit flatter as she goes away. Nice pair here. Let's put our hands together.
Congratulations to our class winner, Jack Bagoon from Augusta County, and in second place, Levi McDaniel from Greene. We're now going to bring back our 2 class winners to compete for the Hereford Junior Heifer Champion Calf. So our class winner from Class 1, Sedona Sifford from Fauquier County, heifer born on St. Patrick's Day, March the 17th of 2023. And our class winner from Class 2, Jack Bagoon from Augusta County, heifer born on January the 11th of 2023. We're also bringing back our second place winners. So from Class 1, Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County, And from Class 2, Levi McDaniel from green. Again, this is to select our Hereford Junior Champion heifer calf. Again, we want to thank the Virginia Junior Hereford Association for sponsoring the Hereford Breeding Heifer Awards.
Nice pair of class winners here in this calf division, and I think each of these exhibitors do a really nice job. Females that bring together just a lot of brood cow character here. Even though they're calves, you can tell that they've got the pieces and lay the fundamentals that are just going to continue to be really nice breeding projects for these kids. Slightly different just in terms of the way that these two females are built. I think one's a little longer and more extended and brings just some additional length of body and growth, and I think that the other one probably gives us the nod just in terms of body shape and depth of center and just some extra fleshing ability as she continues to mature. I'll show you the one that I prefer the most, and then we'll select a reserve. But please, let's congratulate each of these exhibitors here in this first division.
Congratulations goes to Jack Bagoon for exhibiting the Hereford Junior Champion heifer calf. And congratulations goes to Sedona Sifford on the Reserve Junior Champion heifer calf. We're now going to move into our senior heifer calf division, and we've got two classes of senior heifers. We'll start off with Class 3 late senior heifer calves, and we've got 4 entries in this class. First into the ring will be Sedona Sifford from Fauquier, heifer born on December the 12th of 2022. Next will be Scott Hickey from Augusta County, heifer born on November the 20th, 2022. Scott will be followed by Rachel Hale from Hanover, heifer born on November 17th. And finally, rounding out the class will be Hannah Cyphers from Washington County, heifer born on November the 5th of last year. Again, this is Hereford Class 3 late senior heifer calves. Again, we would like to remind everyone that regardless of what time your show ends or you're done showing cattle, the release time for cattle is 2 o'clock this afternoon. So again, we ask that you stick around until 2 o'clock this afternoon. The release time will be 2 o'clock regardless of when your show ends. And as a reminder, following the Hereford show, we will move into our percentage Simmental show and then bring back all of our breed champions to compete for the Supreme Heifer Drive.
really stout-footed female that's going to win this particular class of December's. I think one that, from her shoulder back, I like a lot of things about. She's bold-bodied, really stout and dimensional just in terms of the way that she's put together. I like her added stoutness of foot shape and dimension and feature there. Young man does a really nice job with her. Probably the longer-bodied female that offers a little bit more growth is the one that comes out in second. I really like just, like I said, her additional length of body. She's really, really long-hipped and really attractive and feminine in that regard. One of the places that I would change her just in terms of her femininity, I think at this stage of the game for a calf, she's pushing just a bit more condition for me than what I would prefer, and you can see that as you study her from her shoulder forward. She's just a little plainer necked and a little deeper there through her chest. Probably doesn't meet the surface with as much feature as our class winner as well. Move on from there, another really long-bodied heifer that's extended and smooth in terms of her build. She probably needs a shot more dimension all the way through to rival the two on the top side of this particular set. The lowest performing female is going to be the one that's in fourth, one that I think is long and level in terms of her top line. She's a little plainer as you study her up through her chest, and then I want to set that heifer down with more feature and more performance all the way through. Congratulations to those Hereford exhibitors on a really nice class here in this second division.
Congratulations goes to Scott Hickey for winning class number 3 from Augusta County. In second place, Hannah Cyphers from Washington County. In third place, Sedona Sifford from Fauquier County. And in fourth place, Rachel Hale from Hanover. We're now going to move into Class 4, Early Senior Heifer Calves. We've got 2 entries in this class. First into the ring is Travis Mallory from Madison County, heifer born on September the 11th of 2022. Travis will be followed by Sedona Sifford from Fauquier County, heifer born on September the 1st of 2022. Again, this is Class 4, Early Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we'll bring back our 2 class winners to select our champion senior heifer calf.
Another nice pair, but I think this heifer rises to the top relatively handily in this class. Again, just in terms of maternal character and quality, I think this female does a lot of really good things. She's beautiful in terms of her body dimension, levelness in terms of her spine, and just smoothness of build all the way through. Sounds structured and very attractive. She's also very fresh at this stage of the game, which is something that I prefer. Nice pigmented, kind of darker red heifer that comes out in second. Very practical for this young man in terms of her build. She reads with some dimension as you get behind her, and she's really long-sighted. Probably just doesn't have the overwhelming body mass and depth and just broody look and cowy character as the one ahead of her. But I think a lot of breeding value here in this particular female. Let's put our hands together for this young man.
Congratulations to Sedona Sifford from Fauquier for winning Class 4. And in second place, Travis Mallory from Madison. We're now going to move to select our champion senior heifer calf for the Hereford Show. So we'll bring back our 2 class winners. From Class 3, we've got Scott Hickey from Augusta County, heifer born on November the 20th, 2022. And from Class 4, Sedona Sifford from Fauquier, heifer born on September the 1st, 2022. Again, we'll also bring back our second place winners. We've got Hannah Cyphers from Washington County from Class 3, and from Class 4, we've got Travis Mallory from Madison County. Again, this is to select our champion Hereford senior heifer calf. All right, folks, just as a reminder, the checkout time for animals is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We understand that they are turning away people who are trying to leave with animals. So please wait until 2 o'clock when we can all have an orderly exit. 2 o'clock, again, is the checkout time when animals will be released.
Two really nice class winners that I think pair up particularly well here in this division. I think these heifers are very similar in terms of their type and kind. I think they're both really broody and dimensional in terms of their body shape and their rib. I like their added stoutness, particularly stoutness a feature and just extra quality and look. I think there's some differences just in terms of added mass and density and some flexibility in some places, but these two will be your grain in reserve. I like the heifer here to my left to be your champion. Calf out of the first class in this division will go ahead and be your reserve. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors on doing a really nice job.
Congratulations, your champion senior heifer calf goes to Sedona Sifford from Fauquier, and your reserve champion senior heifer calf goes to Scott Hickey from Augusta County. Congratulations, exhibitors. Yeah, I know.
They're literally turning people around at the gate, so. I mean, it's nice maybe they allow people to really get out of it. Don't push it, huh?
All right, folks, we're going to move into our intermediate division, and we've only got one class of intermediate yearling heifers, early intermediates, and we have 3 entries in this class. These heifers are all going to be born in May of last year. Leading off, we've got Malachi Music from Russell County, heifer born May the 25th. Next will be Scott Hickey from Augusta County, heifer born on May the 1st of 2022. Scott will be followed by Leighton Reams from Culpeper, heifer also born on May the 1st of 2022. Again, this is Class 5 early intermediate yearlings. The winners of this class will be your champion and reserve champion intermediate yearling heifers.
Another nice pair of heifers here, actually a nice trio of females here in this class. I like the added growth and extension and just freshness and femininity of the heifer that's going to win. One that I think from the side, she's incredibly smooth in terms of her build. I read her as a little fresher just in terms of her body condition at this stage of development. I think she's especially longer and more attractive through her front third. I like the fact that she's cleaner and smoother there at the base of her chest. She just balances up and is really attractive in terms of her profile. Now, if you are more inclined to go with the heifer that has more dimension, maybe bolder in terms of her forerib and reads with more muscularity, I certainly wouldn't argue with you, and that's no question the heifer that comes out in second. One for me, though, maybe doesn't balance together and near as fresh of a package. She's a little bit chuffier there through her front third, carrying a little bit more condition and reads deeper through her chest. I wish that she would set down with a little bit more feature to mass her body and her mass up high. Heifer that's going to round out this particular class, one that's functional and practical in terms of her center body, and it's going to be a low input breeding piece for this young man. Probably needs to be smoothed up and given a shot more eye appeal from a balanced perspective to rival the two on the top side of this group. Put your hands together on a nice division here.
Winning your class is Scott Hickey from Augusta County, and Scott will also have your champion intermediate yearling heifer. In second place, we have Leighton Reams from Culpeper, who also exhibited the reserve champion intermediate yearling heifer. And in third place, we have Malachi Music from Russell County. We're now going to move into our junior yearling heifer division. We've got two classes of junior yearlings. We'll start with Class 6, late junior yearling heifers, and we've got 5 entries in this class. Led off by Garrett Hickey from Augusta County, heifer born on April the 28th of last year. Followed by Whitley Kopp from Washington County, heifer born on April the 21st of 2022. Next is Michaela Emery from King George County, heifer born on April the 17th of 2022. Following Michaela will be Austin Lamb from Augusta County, heifer born on April the 1st of 2022. And finally, Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County, heifer born on March the 4th of 2022. Again, this is Class 6, late junior yearling heifers. And again, if you're watching this show, maybe you're watching a cattle show for the first time, these are our registered breed shows, and we divide these classes up based on age for our breeding stock so that they're all competing against their contemporaries as far as age groups go. We do that, in a similar way to how if your kids play football, you've got your midgets, your juniors, your seniors, so that everybody's kind of competing against each other within your age divisions. And then we do bring them all back to compete for an overall champion. We do want to thank the many sponsors who have helped make this show and this weekend possible. In particular, we want to thank the Virginia Junior Hereford Association for sponsoring our Hereford Breeding and Heifer Awards. We want to thank the Clark family, Tim, Gretchen, Gordon, and Suter Clark, for sponsoring the showmanship banners. MC Livestock, the McCall family, for sponsoring the showmanship rally towels. Point Pleasant Farm, Kurt and Jennifer Friedel for being showmanship champion sponsors. We want to thank Montgomery Farm Bureau, Rockingham Feeder Cattle Association, Spring Lake Livestock, the Cyphers family, Sheer Point Farm, Nick and Courtney Belcher, Country Crossroads Vet Services, Dr. Francis Grubb, Virginia Cattlemen's Association, Blue Ridge Cattlemen's Association, Blue Ridge Animal Clinic, Glen Mary Farms, the Nixon family, Springwood Livestock Management Services, Dr. Andy Meadows, the Woods Farm, the Woods family, 2K Farm, the Talbert family.
Really good at cutting you off right in the middle of these sponsorships. I think a really nice class, and my kudos to this exhibitor. I was told that this heifer showed in the round robin or in the Supreme Showman competition last night. Very nice of you to allow your heifer that had to show tomorrow that went through the round robin process. So I'm going to give her a little bit of a break for not wanting to get out here and move and just be spry and athletic. I wouldn't be either. I actually am not, and I did not go through that last night. But one, I think, obviously, we can tell by her joints and her angles and the way that her skeleton's put together. She's an incredibly sound female, balances up really attractively from the side, really extended from her shoulder forward. I like how long necked she is. I don't know that she's just the boldest and the most overwhelming in terms of dimension, particularly there through the base of her foreribbon as you study her all the way through, but I appreciate her pieces of femininity and balance tremendously. The bolder heifer probably is the one that comes out in second. As we study her, especially there at the base of her forerib, you can tell she's just more opened up. But with that comes a little bit more of a plainer shape, particularly in front of her shoulder. We're shorter and plainer necked, where we get a little deeper there through our chest, and maybe just isn't quite as feminine as the heifer that wins this particular class. One that comes next, you appreciate the growth and performance in her. Again, good in terms of her body shape, but again, one that in comparison to the two on the top side of this class, maybe just a little bit plainer in the way that she's put together. More generically built there through her front end. And then, two, I'd like to see her sit down on a bigger foot, more relaxed in terms of her rear skeleton and ankle. The females that are going to round out this class just need a shot more natural dimension and performance all the way through to rival with the quality that's on the top side of this class. Really nice group. Let's put our hands together for a job well done.
All right, congratulations goes to Austin Lamb from Augusta County for exhibiting our class winner. In second place, we have Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County. In third place, Garrett Hickey from Augusta County. In fourth place, Whitley Kopp from Washington County. And in fifth place, Michaela Emery from King George. We're now going to move to Class 7, Early Junior Yearling Heifers. We've got 2 entries in this class. First up is Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County, heifer born on February the 2nd of last year. Followed by Levi McDaniel from Greene County, heifer also born on February the 2nd of last year. Again, this is Class 7, Early Junior Yearling Heifers. At the conclusion of this class, we'll bring back our class winners to select our champion junior yearling.
I think a close pair for me here in this particular class, and I think that there's a little give and take. I just feel the most comfortable with the extra body shape here that we find in this heifer that's going to win this particular group. I like her as I study the way that she transitions from her shoulder back into her forearm. I just study her a little bolder and dimensional right there at the base of her forearm, and then she carries that back just to maybe a more genuine and bolder center body and back through her flank. I'm not sure that we have just a piece of femininity and elegance out here in either of these 2 heifers, but certainly proportions and blends together more than acceptable, still very productive in her own right. I appreciate the length of body, the darker pigment, just the extras in this heifer that comes out in second. For me, I just really struggle with her in terms of her front third. The way that she's built in terms of her chest and then she transitions back into a flatter full rib, I'd really like to reconfigure her there. Once you get past that, there's no question she's tremendously bold and powerful in terms of her shape. I like her upper pin set quite a bit. Just one that as you study her right there through the way she's built through her front end is one I'd like to redesign.
Congratulations. Your Class 7 winner goes to Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County. And in second place, Levi McDaniel from Greene. We're now going to bring back our 2 class winners for the junior yearling division. From class number 6, we have Austin Lamb from Augusta County, heifer born on April the 1st of last year. And from Class 7, we have Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County, heifer born on February the 2nd of 2022. We're also going to bring back our second place entries, our second place winners. So from Class 6, we've got Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County, and from Class 7, Levi McDaniel from Greene County. Again, this is to select our champion junior yearling heifer. Again, we want to thank Mandy Rooker and her team with Mandy Rooker Photography for being here and capturing all the moments from this week's show. We also want to thank Showbarn Flicks for being here and live streaming this event so that folks can watch if they weren't able to be here in the ring with us this weekend.
tremendously high quality division here as we continue to move through our Hereford show. I continue to be impressed just with the caliber of females that you guys are rolling into the ring here. You're making my job this afternoon an awful lot of fun. I think there's kind of a clear-cut winner out here just in terms of quality, and then I think that you can pick and sort through some pieces for reserve. Ultimately, I think that there's a spot that we need to land just in terms of being relatively fault-free in terms of skeletal and structural build. But again, a really nice division. Let's put our hands together and I'll show you the two that I appreciate.
Congratulations, your champion junior yearling heifer goes to Austin Lamb from Augusta County. And your reserve champion junior yearling heifer will go to Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County with her entry in the late junior yearling heifer class. Again, congratulations, exhibitors. We're now going to move into the senior division of our Hereford Heifer Show. And we've got two classes of senior yearling heifers. Coming into the ring now will be Class 8, and it's going to be a single entry for our late senior yearling heifer class, exhibited by Sedona Sifford from Fauquier County. Heifer born on November the 18th of 2021. Again, Class 8 late senior yearling heifers.
I just want to personally congratulate this young lady. I think that she may have brought us a Hereford in every division out here today, and tremendously high quality ones all the way through. So my congratulations to you, young lady. You have a very nice little herd of Herefords here, and I'm sure you've got more at home that you should be very proud of. This one might be my favorite today that you brought us. Big, extended, dimensional, very cowy in terms of her kind. That's a brood cow in the making, and I'm very excited for her to be a nice breeding piece for you. Let's congratulate this single entry with a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your class winner for Class 8 is Sedona Sifford from Fauquier County. We're now going to move into Class 9, and we've got two entries for our early senior yearling heifer class. Our first entry is going to be by Leighton Reams from Culpeper, heifer born on October the 11th of 2021. And our second entry will be exhibited by Scott Hickey from Augusta County, heifer born on October the 6th of 2021. Again, this is Class 9 early senior yearling heifers. At the conclusion of this class, we'll bring back our class winner from Class 8 to compete for the champion senior yearling heifer. And then we'll move to our final drive for our Hereford Heifer Show. And following the final drive, we do have a big bred known Hereford class, which is great to see. We'll then grab some pictures with our judge and move into the percentage Simmental show at the conclusion of the Hereford show. Do you want me to just turn it over to you to announce all this? Not really. Okay. I mean, I can introduce it and then.
Really nice pair of big bred heifers here as we continue to work through our Hereford show. This is a beautiful Hereford heifer. I asked this young man if he wanted to sell her to me. He wasn't initially super sold on the idea, but we're going to keep working on it. Her ear tag says sweet and sassy, which I certainly appreciate. Those personality styles and mine fit very well together. So, young man, you just keep thinking on that. We'll work out a deal here in a little bit. But truly, that's an exceptional Hereford cow out here, one that just puts so many pieces of quality together in one very sound, very attractive package. Certainly don't want to take anything away from the heifer that's out here in second. Female is showing some udder development. Maybe we can refine her ever so slightly in terms of her teats, but I do appreciate the fact that we're starting to show some gestational development in that regard. Long-bodied, very cowy and productive. Just probably doesn't give you the look of that extra femininity and quality of our class winner. Really nice pair. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Congratulations goes to Scott Hickey from Augusta County for winning Class 9. And in second place, Leighton Reams from Culpeper. We're now going to bring back our class winners for our senior yearling heifer division to select our senior yearling heifer champion. So from Class 8, we've got Sedona Sifford from Fauquier County, heifer born on November the 18th of 2021. And from Class 9, Scott Hickey from Augusta County with his heifer being born on October the 6th of 2021. We've also got our second place entry from Class 9, Leighton Reams from Culpeper, heifer born on October the 11th of 2021. Again, this is to select our champion senior yearling heifer. Following this division, we will move into the selection of our overall grand champion Hereford heifer, followed by our Hereford bred and owned heifer class.
Beautiful division out here in our final division here in the Hereford Show, and just very cowy females that we have out here that have proven to be incredibly productive projects for these young people. I think there's just an awful lot of quality out here. Personally, I think there's one that just really exemplifies an awful lot of really high quality things that are hard to put together in a show female at this stage of the game. I'll show you the two that are my grand in reserve, but let's congratulate all of our Hereford exhibitors here at this point.
Congratulations, your champion senior yearling heifer goes to Scott Hickey of Augusta County, and your reserve champion senior yearling heifer goes to Sedona Sifford from Fauquier. Okay. All right, so we've reached the final drive for your Hereford Heifer show. We're bringing back all of our division champions. Our champion junior champion heifer calf, exhibited by Jack Bagoon, heifer born on January the 11th of 2023. Our champion senior heifer calf, exhibited by Sedona Sifford from Fauquier, heifer born on September the 1st of 2022. Next, we've got our champion intermediate yearling heifer, exhibited by Scott Hickey, heifer born on May the 1st of 2022. Followed by our champion junior yearling, exhibited by Austin Lamb from Augusta County, heifer born on April the 1st of 2022. And finally, our champion senior yearling heifer, exhibited by Scott Hickey of Augusta County, heifer born on October the 6th of 2021. Again, let's give a round of applause for our division winners. We also do want to recognize our reserve champion division winners who are in the holding area behind me. We've got our reserve junior champion heifer calf from Sedona Sifford, from Fauquier. Our reserve champion senior heifer calf, Scott Hickey from Augusta County. Our reserve champion intermediate yearling heifer by Leighton Reams from Culpeper. Our reserve champion junior yearling heifer, Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County. And our reserve champion senior yearling heifer, exhibited by Sedona Sifford from Fauquier. We are now going to move to our Virginia Junior Hereford Association fundraiser raffle, and I'm going to turn the mic over to Rebecca Webert.
All right, as we're selecting the grand champion Hereford, we're going to draw for 3 prizes. The Junior Hereford Association's been selling tickets since Beef Expo. So we're going to start with our 3rd prize, which is $100 cash. And the winner is Sedona Sifford. So congratulations, Sedona. And then we're going to do our 2nd prize, which is a set of Easy Stay bars. And the winner is Bailey Wright. And then our top prize is a tack box that is here today that you can take home with you. And that is the Cyphers family. Congratulations, everybody.
If you guys don't have space for all of those prizes, you just let me know. I'm not sure I could fit it in my luggage, but we would figure out a way. Congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors out here. If you would, please put your hands together and congratulate all of the kids, not just here in this particular drive, but the ones that we have that we've worked with all day here. I think there's just a tremendous amount of quality here, not just in this lineup, but that have come through the ring here in our Hereford show. This is one of our bigger shows that we've seen here, and I think just really exemplary in terms of quality. To me, there's a handful of females out here that are more than just show heifers, and that's really the kind that I like. I like some heifers with some substance and some density and some dimension. Naturally, I need them to be sound structured and just an added bonus if they're really pretty and feminine on top of that. But I'm going to take one with a little bit more substance and density over a pretty one that maybe has questionably enough in this regard. So I'm going to show you the 2 that I prefer the most. I think this is a really, really nice lineup, though. Let's put our hands together one more time.
All right, your grand champion Hereford heifer goes to Scott Hickey from Augusta County with his senior yearling heifer. We'll now bring in our reserve champion senior yearling heifer, exhibited by Sedona Sifford from Fauquier, heifer born on November the 18th of 2021. Again, we're selecting our reserve champion overall Hereford heifer. Following this selection, we will move into our class of bred and owned Hereford heifers. We'll then take a quick break for some pictures and come back with the Percentage Simmental show. And again, following the Percentage Simmental show, we'll bring back all of our breed winners for the Supreme Heifer Drive. And again, we once again do want to thank the Virginia Junior Hereford Association for sponsoring all the Breeding Heifer Awards here for this show this evening. Congratulations goes to Austin Lamb from Augusta County for exhibiting your reserve overall champion, Hereford Heifer. Congratulations, exhibitors, on a great show. Let's give them one more round of applause. All right, so we've got one class of Hereford bred and owned heifers that we're going to do before we grab some pictures with our champions. All right, again, we've got our Hereford bred and owned division, one class of bred and owned heifers. First into the ring will be Sedona Sifford from Fauquier, heifer born on March the 17th, St. Patrick's Day of 2023. Next, we've got Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah, heifer born on March the 3rd of 2023. Kerrigan will be followed by Jack Bagoon from Augusta County, heifer born on January the 11th of 2023. Next is Levi McDaniel from Greene County, heifer born on January the 4th of this year. Levi will be followed by Rachel Hale from Hanover County, heifer born on November the 17th of 2022. Rachel will be followed by Hannah Cyphers from Washington County, heifer born on November the 5th of 2022. And rounding out the class will be Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County, heifer born on March the 4th of 2022. Again, we've got 7 entries in this Hereford bred and owned heifer class. And once again, for those of you watching, this is a bred and owned class. This means these exhibitors have been with these cattle every step of the way, even before they were even born. They own the cows that birthed these calves and then have done an awesome job raising up these calves to be what they are. Again, bred and owned division, bred and owned class for this Hereford show.
I really like this dark pigmented heifer calf, and I remember seeing her in her particular division and thinking, man, she's going to be fun to see when she's a bred out here in a year from now. Just tremendously high quality, particularly from her shoulder back. I love the way that she balances through her center body and how level and attractive she is built, and her hip and hind leg skeleton. Maybe not just overwhelmingly freaky in the way that she's built in her neck and her chest, but she does an awful lot of really good things. I've said all day how hard it is to make really good, high-quality, big-bred, heavy-bred females, and from her shoulder back, I really like a lot of things about this heifer. She's so bold and opened up and dimensional in terms of her rib and her body shape. She reads with a lot of productivity and dimension. That's a really nice heifer that comes out in second. We go back, obviously, again to a younger heifer that comes out next, one that is so attractive in the way that her neck ties into the top side of her shoulder, and then how she expands from there into a really long, level top. She's good in terms of her hip shape. I need this female to continue to mature and bring some more density just in terms of her feature, her foot shape, and her bone work, but that's a really nice female that's got some elite pieces of quality. So we move on from there. Again, another big-bodied heifer, really good in terms of her center body dimension and her levelness out of her hip. One for me that reads a little bit too plain up in front of her shoulder. She's a shorter, kind of thicker necked heifer that reads with a little bit more chest compared to some out here. If we could clean her up there, we could move her up ever so slightly. Same could be said about this female. Probably doesn't balance up quite as well. We're slightly deeper there through our chest than we are through our forerib and our flank. Would like to modify that, especially at this age of production and maturity. So we move on from there into two kind of smaller, lower performing females that give up some density and some dimension to some heifers on the top side of this particular class. Again, let's put our hands together for these.
In fourth, Hannah Cyphers from Washington County. In fifth, Rachel Hale from Hanover. In sixth, Levi McDaniel from Greene. And in seventh, Kerrigan Boserman from Shenandoah County. Again, congratulations, exhibitors, on a great Hereford show. We're going to grab some pictures with our judge and come back with our percentage Simmental show here in just a couple of minutes. All right, folks, we're about to get started here with our last registered show of the day. We've got our percentage scimitar show. And so we're going to start here with our junior heifer calf division. We've got two classes of junior heifer calves. This first class 1 is going to be late junior heifer calves, 2 entries in this class. First into the ring is Carly Thomas from Washington County, heifer born on March the 18th of this year, followed by Bailey Wright from Shenandoah County, heifer born on March the 11th of this year. Again, class 1, percentage scimitars, late junior heifer calves. Again, and our order with the percentage scimitar show will be the same as the order that we've done for our other registered breeds. Following the conclusion of the percentage scimitar show, we will move into our Supreme Heifer Drive, where the breed champions from each breed will come and compete for the overall champion of the 2023 Virginia State Fair.
A nice pair of March heifers here as we move into our percentage Simmental show. I think the one that's going to win this class does so for me, just on the sheer basis of balance and the way that her skeleton is put together. There's no question that she's still somewhat refined and immature in terms of her bone work and her foot and her ankle, but one that I just appreciate the way that she's laid into her shoulder, the way her neck comes out of a tighter shoulder. Kind of wants to get just a little uncomfortable in her top line just a little bit, but I think that that's more fighting the halter than anything having to do with her skeletal build. I like the fact that she's leveler and more comfortable from hooks to pins at this stage of the game. The heifer that comes out next certainly reads with more dimension, more body mass, and more muscle shape at this point in time. But for me, at this stage, she's just too round. She's rounder at the base of her shoulder. She gets rounder as you study her out of her hip, wants to get too far up under herself as she goes away. I just like to relax her and level her out in those areas to move her up here in this particular class. Nice pair of heifers to start our percentage show. Give those kids a nice round of applause.
All right, congratulations goes to Carly Thomas from Washington County for exhibiting our class winner in class 1. And in second place, we have Bailey Wright from Shenandoah County. Class 2 is going to be a single entry for our early junior heifer calves. We've got Campbell Boserman from Nelson County with a heifer born on January the 26th of this year. Again, class 2, early junior heifer calves.
Birthday buddies. January 26th. I'm a January 26th, so naturally she's going to be your class winner. It also helps that she's a single entry, but even if she wasn't, probably a class winner anyway. But no, in all seriousness, this is a beautiful heifer. I really appreciate her length of body and length of hip, particularly from her shoulder back. We want to get just a little bit more semi-fronted in some places. We're a little shorter necked and read with just a little bit more chest than some. We can also continue to hope that she'll stouten up in terms of her foot size and her feature as she continues to mature, but a really nice single entry for this young lady.
Congratulations to Campbell Boserman from Nelson County for winning class 2. We're now going to move into select our division champion for our junior heifer calf division. So we'll bring back our class winner from class 1, Carly Thomas from Washington County with her March heifer. Again, we've got our class 2 winner, Campbell Boserman from Nelson County with her January heifer. And then we're also going to bring back into the ring our second place winner from class 1, Bailey Wright from Shenandoah County. Again, this is to compete for the Percentage Simmental Champion Junior Heifer Calf.
Really nice pieces of production here in the first division in our Percentage Simmental show. Maybe not one that puts all of the pieces of the puzzle together. We're still pretty young and immature, and we're just getting halter broke and probably getting on feed here after being weaned. But I think some really nice females that have a really bright future ahead of them. I'm going to show you the two that I prefer best in this particular division. Let's put our hands together for a job well done.
Congratulations, your Percentage Simmental Champion Junior Heifer Calf goes to Campbell Boserman from Nelson County, and your Reserve Champion Junior Heifer Calf goes to Carly Thomas from Washington County. Next, we're going to move into our Senior Heifer Calf division, and we've got two classes of Senior Heifer Calves. Both classes will have 3 entries in them. So we'll start with Class 3, Late Senior Heifer Calves. Again, 3 entries in this class, and it'll be led off by Campbell Boserman from Nelson County with a heifer born on November the 25th of last year. Following Campbell will be Trinley Robson from Culpeper, heifer born on November 23rd of last year. And finally, Abigail Miller from Wythe County, heifer born on November the 2nd of 2022. Again, 3 November heifers here for your late senior heifer calf class.
Nice class, and I think a relatively close top pair. From the shoulder back, I really like this young lady right here that's going to spin around and show us off as she leads on out of the ring. One that, again, from her shoulder back, I like a lot of pieces about this female quite a bit. She's beautiful in terms of her rib shape and her dimension. She's good in terms of her upper hip. When she's parked right there, she gives us such a high-quality look. From her shoulder forward, I've got some things that I want to change. If we could redesign the way that she's built at the base of her shoulder and into her chest. And then I wish that she matched all the mass and power that she has up high and in her center body. I wish she was bigger-footed and stronger ankled at this point in time. I'm sure she continues to come. She'll get better in that regard. The truer footed one is the black and white one that comes next. Maybe just doesn't strike you with the same maternal and productive look. Maybe not quite as smooth in some places. She is longer necked, but she just kind of balances in some thirds out here for me. Doesn't quite put everything together in a smooth and an attractive package as our class winner. Female that comes out next needs to get a shot more, just balance and quality look all the way through to move up any higher in this particular set. Let's put our hands together for a really nice class.
Your class winner for Class 3 goes to Abigail Miller from Wythe County. In second place, we have Campbell Boserman from Nelson. And in third place, Chernley Robson from Culpeper. We're now going to move to Class 4, our early senior heifer calves. First into the ring is Isaac Miller from Wythe County. Heifer born on October the 21st of last year. Isaac's followed by Cooper Joins from Montgomery County. Heifer born on October the 10th. And finally, we have Maddie Evers from Augusta County. Heifer born on October the 4th, 2022. Again, these are 3 October early senior heifer calves. Again, we do want to thank the Virginia Simmental and Junior Simmental Association for sponsoring the Simmental Breeding Heifer Awards. We also want to thank our many sponsors for the weekend. We've got the Clark family, Tim, Gretchen, Gordon, and Suter Clark with the showmanship banners. MC Livestock, the McCall family with the showmanship rally towels. Point Pleasant Farm, Kurt and Jennifer Friedel being showmanship champion sponsors. We want to thank Montgomery Farm Bureau, Rockingham Feeder Cattle Association, Spring Lake Livestock, the Cyphers family, Sheer Point Farm, Nick and Courtney Belcher, Country Crossroads Vet Services, Dr. Francis Grubb, Virginia Cattlemen's Association, Blue Ridge Cattlemen's Association, the Blue Ridge Animal Clinic, Glen Mary Farms, the Nixon family, Springwood Livestock Management Services, Dr. Andy Meadows, Woods Farm, the Woods family, 2K Farm, the Talbert family, and our breed associations, the Virginia Simmental and Junior Simmental Association, Virginia Junior Angus Association, and Virginia Junior Hereford Association.
Thank you, sponsors. Thank you, exhibitors, for a really high-quality class. I love both of these heifers on the top side of this particular set. Maybe one that strikes me just with that extra look of maternal character and cow power, really particularly from her center body back through her flank and in her hip and hind leg is where I think she really carries the advantage over the heifer that's in second here in this particular group. Just so broody and so maternal in terms of her look of quality. Sound structured, beautiful fronted. That's a really nice one. Certainly that doesn't take anything away from the heifer here in second, because she too, I think, is stout and dimensional, very productive and broody in her own right. Probably doesn't mass up with the same center body and dimension as our class winner. And then when she gets out and goes, we get just slightly more uncoordinated in the way that we manage our flank, our hip, and our hind leg on the move. Female that rounds out this particular set just ran into a really buzzsaw class. One for me that I appreciate her length of body, her levelness, the top line as she goes. She's a good-footed, sound-structured female, but one that just needs some extra mass and dimension to rival the two on top of this particular set.
All right, congratulations. Your Class 4 winner goes to Cooper Joins from Montgomery County. In second place, Maddie Evers from Augusta County. And in third place, Isaac Miller from Wythe County. We'll now move into selecting our Percentage Simmental Champion Senior Heifer Calf. We'll bring back our class winners from the last two classes. From Class 3, our late senior heifer calves, we have Abigail Miller from Wythe County, heifer born on November the 2nd, 2022. And from Class 4, our early senior heifer calves, we have Cooper Joins from Montgomery County, heifer born October the 10th of 2022. We'll also bring back our second place winners. Again, from Class 3, we have Campbell Boserman from Nelson County, and from Class 4, Maddie Evers from Augusta County. Again, this is to select our percentage Simmental champion senior heifer calf. Again, in addition to the sponsors, we do want to thank our partners for this weekend's event: the State Fair of Virginia, Virginia Farm Bureau, Virginia Cooperative Extension, Virginia Youth Animal Science Program, Virginia Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Farm Credit of the Virginias, First Bank and Trust, and the Bank of Botetourt Ag Lending Division. Again, this is the division championship for our senior heifer calf division for the Percentage Simmental Show.
And a beautiful division it is. You just tee it up so well. I appreciate that. Really nice quality here in this particular set. Maybe not just jam-packed full of numbers, but I think the quality is truly exceptional. There's 4 heifers in here that are nice and functional, going to be brood females that I think do a lot of things. Some of them do things at more of an elite level than a few others. But again, I'm really impressed with the depth and quality here in this particular lineup. I'll show you the 2 that are my favorite. Please congratulate these exhibitors.
All right, your champion Percentage Simmental senior heifer calf goes to Cooper Joins from Montgomery County. And your reserve champion senior heifer calf will go to Maddie Evers from Augusta County. Again, congratulations, exhibitors. All right, we'll move now into our intermediate division, and we've only got one class of intermediate yearling heifers with 2 entries. First into the ring will be Will Muncie from Bland County, heifer born May 21st of last year. Will be followed by Isaac Miller from Wythe County, heifer born May the 7th of 2022. Again, this is our intermediate yearling heifer class and division.
I think a challenging pair. I joked that it's kind of like they're going through their awkward teenage stage. We've all been there. Some of us are still there. But each of these females, I think, are just kind of going through maybe some growth and maybe some just growing pains, if you will. maybe not the most attractive or eye-appealing female that's going to go ahead and win this class, but the one for me that I just put, I feel more comfortable with her just in terms of her structural soundness at this particular stage of the game. She is more relaxed in the angle of her shoulder. She handles her hind leg placement more comfortably. Plus, she reads with a ton of dimension and just brood cow character. Again, maybe not overly eye-appealing from a balance perspective, but she's functional and fundamental in terms of her quality. Standing still, you like the center body of this red heifer. I appreciate her presentation. Guy's done a nice job of keeping her fresh. I really like her hair and just her high quality presentation. For me, this heifer just needs to be looser in terms of her skeletal build on both sides. She gets too uncomfortable in the angle of her shoulder, really drops her pins and gets uncomfortable off of her rear skeleton as she goes. Let's put our hands together for those two in this particular intermediate division.
Congratulations, your champion intermediate yearling heifer goes to Will Muncie from Bland County, and your reserve champion intermediate yearling heifer goes to Isaac Miller from Wythe County. We're now going to move into our junior yearling heifer division, and we've got two classes in this division. Class 6 will be late junior yearling heifers. We've got two entries in this class, led off by Laney Carpenter from Madison County. Laney's heifer was born March the 26th of last year. Next is Malachi Music from Russell County, heifer born on March the 24th of last year. Again, this is Class 6 late junior yearling heifers.
Nice pair of females here that obviously are very broody and maternal in their kind. I like the center body and just the overwhelming mass and dimension of the heifer that's going to win this class. She strikes me as bolder through her forerib. I like her additional depth back through her flank. And then she's the bigger footed heifer that reads more comfortable in the angle of her hock. Like the growth and the extension of the blaze-faced heifer that's going to come out next, one that just needs to be stoutened up in terms of her center body, relax her in her spine, and change her off of her rear skeleton as she goes. That's a nice pair of females. Let's show our congratulations.
Congratulations, your Class 6 winner goes to Malachi Music from Russell County, and in second place, Laney Carpenter from Madison. We'll now move into Class 7, a single entry in this early junior yearling heifer class, exhibited by Clara Elsey from Russell County, heifer born on February 13th, 2022.
It's a beautiful senior yearling heifer that's a single entry out here, but could certainly stand some more competition. I love this female just in terms of her broodiness and her obvious femininity. Long and extended from her shoulder forward, she blends back into a smooth and bold forerib. I like the way that she proportions back through her center body. I think my favorite thing about her is just the way that she handles her hip and her hind leg when she goes. Very comfortable, very flexible at this stage of the game. Let's put our hands together for this young lady in her single entry here in this class.
Congratulations goes to Clara Elsey from Russell County for winning the early junior yearling heifer class. We'll now bring back our two class winners to compete for the junior yearling heifer division. From Class 6, the late junior yearling heifer class, we have Malachi Music from Russell County, heifer born March the 24th of last year. And from Class 7, Clara Elsey from Russell County, heifer born February the 13th of last year. We'll also bring back our second place winner from Class 6, Laney Carpenter from Madison County, with her March her heifer born March the 26th of last year. And then bred known. Yep. All right, again, this is going to be to select your champion junior yearling heifer. We're competing for the division out here in the ring at the moment. Again, following the selection of our junior yearling heifer, we'll move to our senior yearling heifer division and then have our overall drive for our percentage Simmental show. That will be followed by a bred known percentage Simmental heifer class. And then we're going to bring everyone back for the Supreme Heifer Drive, where each of our breed champions will compete to be the Supreme Champion female.
Nice set of females out here. Two class champions that I think just exemplify quality and brood cow character to a very, very high degree. I think one of them just looks a little bit more ladylike out here than the other. Soundness of structure and skeletal build and quality, I think, is always continuing to be at the utmost of importance. So I'll select the one that I prefer the best. Let's put our hands together for our Simmental percentage exhibitors.
Congratulations, your percentage Simmental champion junior yearling heifer goes to Clara Elsie from Russell County, and your reserve champion junior yearling heifer goes to Malachi Music from Russell County. We're now going to move into our senior yearling division, and we've only got one class and a single entry in that class for Class 8. Again, this is going to be the late senior yearling heifer class. Okay. Yep. So entering the ring now for Class 8, we've got a single entry, Lainey Carpenter from Madison County. Her heifer was born November the 22nd of 2021. Again, this will be for your senior yearling heifer division.
Nice bred senior yearling heifer out here. That's a single entry in this final division. I think from the front 2/3 of this female, you certainly appreciate the quality and maternal character that she reads with. She's bold-bodied and really extended in terms of her center volume. Maybe for me, we could tweak her ever so slightly off of her rear skeleton, loosen her up in terms of her hock and her ankle placement. But again, I think a really nice single entry out here to wrap up the percentage Simmental show. Let's show our appreciation to this young lady and her senior yearling.
All right, congratulations. Your percentage Simmental champion senior yearling heifer is going to be exhibited by Lainey Carpenter from Madison County. We're now going to bring back all of our division winners to compete for the overall percentage Simmental heifer show. So first into the ring, we're going to have our percentage Simmental champion junior heifer calf, exhibited by Campbell Boserman from Nelson County, heifer born January 26th of this year. Next, we've got our champion senior heifer calf, exhibited by Cooper Joins from Montgomery County. Heifer is born October the 10th of last year. Following Cooper will be our percentage Simmental champion intermediate yearling heifer, exhibited by Will Muncie from Bland. Heifer born May 21st of last year. Following will be our champion junior yearling heifer, exhibited by Clara Elsie from Russell County. Heifer born February 13th of 2022. And finally, we have our champion senior yearling heifer, exhibited by Lainey Carpenter from Madison County. Heifer born November 22nd of 2021. We've also got our reserve division champions behind me. We'd like to congratulate our reserve junior heifer calf champion, Carly Thomas from Washington County. We'd also like to congratulate our percentage Simmental reserve champion senior heifer calf, Maddie Evers from Augusta County. our reserve champion intermediate yearling heifer, Isaac Miller from Wythe County, and our reserve champion junior yearling heifer, exhibited by Malachi Music from Russell County. This is the final drive for our grand champion percentage Simmental heifer.
Let's congratulate our percentage Simmental exhibitors here at the conclusion of that particular show before we get to our Supreme Drive. I think the quality throughout this show has been really, really high quality. It's been a lot of fun for me to sort through. I think there's 2 or 3 here in this particular Grand Drive that I want to study a little extra. I think that they not only cover the fundamental basics just in terms of soundness of build and maternal character and broodiness, but then do some extras in terms of look and balance and feature in some places. So please, I'm going to study them one more time. Put your hands together and show our appreciation to each of these exhibitors and their families.
Congratulations goes to Cooper Joins from Montgomery County for exhibiting your champion percentage Simmental heifer. We'll now bring in our reserve from the Senior Heifer Calf Division, Maddie Evers from Augusta County.
You're good. I don't know where everybody's going.
Again, this is going to be for selection of our reserve champion percentage Simmental heifer. We then have a class of bred and owned heifers that we'll do before the Supreme Drive. And your reserve champion percentage Simmental heifer goes to Maddie Evers from Augusta County. Congratulations. Let's give these exhibitors one last round of applause for a great percentage Simmental show. We are next going to have our bred and owned percentage Simmental class. Again, this means that these exhibitors bred and have owned these heifers that they're bringing into the ring. 6. All right, so we've got 6 entries in our bred and owned class. First into the ring will be Carly Thomas from Washington County, heifer born March the 18th of this year. Carly will be followed by Campbell Boserman from Nelson County, heifer born January 26th of this year. Following Campbell will be Trinley Robson from Culpeper with her November 23rd born heifer. Following Trinley will be Isaac Miller from Wythe, heifer born May 7th of 2022. And then we've got 2 entries from Laney Carpenter from Madison County, 1 heifer born on March the 26th of last year, and 1 heifer born on November 22nd, 2021. Again, 6 entries in our bred known percentage Simmental heifer class. Again, following this bred known class, we will take a quick second to grab pictures for the percentage Simmental show, and then we'll move right into our Supreme Heifer Drive, where we'll select the top 5 overall females.
Heifer's going to come next, your third. You are second. You are first. Again, as we've said a few times here in our Bred and Own show, we're obviously evaluating and comparing females at different ages, different stages of production and maturity, but I feel the most comfortable landing here on this heifer calf. I think just in terms of quality, skeletal build, and structural soundness, I think she's the most logical place to start here in this particular class. Obviously, we're giving up a ton of performance and power, something that you just have to read and project into her, and I think as she continues to mature, if she holds together her pieces of balance and structural correctness, I think that she'll be tremendously nice as a bred female. One that you don't have a lot of questions of anymore is this big, stout senior yearling female. She's bold and so dimensional in terms of her center body. She's good and genuine in terms of her foot shape. Maybe a little bit plainer as a mature bred cow than some of the others out here in this particular lineup, but again, I think fundamentally she's incredibly solid. We're going to go back to another kind of little skinny one that we just have to project a lot of future into, one that's good in terms of her skeletal correctness. I want to watch her as she continues to mature. She needs to stouten up in terms of her feature, give us a little bit more muscle, but the parts and pieces of balance and femininity are certainly there. The red heifer, again, like we talked to her in class, center body is good. Structure off of both ends of her skeleton is somewhat concerning. If we can loosen her up and make her a little bit more athletic, she could certainly move up in this particular set. Kind of a tighter spine female that reads with some pieces, just a challenge from a structural perspective that rounds out the 5th place spot. And then the heifer that comes out next, so bold and powerful in terms of her center body, but again, we need to redesign her from a balance perspective and give her some more natural dimension to move up higher here in this bred and owned class. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our Simmental exhibitors today.
Congratulations goes to Campbell Boserman. All right. Again, congratulations goes to Campbell Boserman from Nelson County for winning our bred and owned percentage Simmental heifer class. In 2nd place, we have Laney Carpenter from Madison County. In 3rd place, Carly Thomas from Washington County. In 4th place, Isaac Miller from Wythe. In 5th place, Laney Carpenter from Madison County. And in 6th place, Trenley Robson from Culpeper. Again, that wraps up our percentage Simmental show. We're going to grab some pictures really quickly and then come back to select our top 5 overall Supreme heifers. All right, folks, we're almost to the time that we've been waiting for. We're getting ready to gear up here for our Supreme Heifer Drive, and again, these are going to be the champions and reserves from all of our breed shows. And so we're going to start off parading around the reserve champions from each of our breeds, and then we'll bring in our grand champion for each breed to compete for the Supreme Heifer Drive. So our first entry is not, our first reserve crossbred heifer is actually not going to be in the ring, but that was exhibited, and we want to recognize Layla Grimm from Augusta County. First into the ring, we've got our reserve AOB heifer exhibited by Brooklyn Clark from Shenandoah County. Our reserve Angus heifer exhibited by Emma Alexander from Louisa County. Our reserve Simmental heifer exhibited by Cullen Joins from Montgomery County. Our reserve Hereford heifer exhibited by Austin Lamb from Augusta County. And our reserve percentage Simmental heifer exhibited by Maddie Evers. Let's give these reserves a round of applause. Again, those were our reserve breed champions that just paraded around the ring. We're now going to get ready for the Supreme Heifer Drive. We will be selecting the top 5 overall females. First into the ring, we have our commercial crossbred heifer champion, exhibited by Madison Stratton from Appomattox. Next, we have our registered AOB heifer champion, exhibited by Maddie Evers from Augusta County. Next, we have our registered Angus heifer champion, exhibited by Caden Harris from Augusta County. Following Caden will be our champion registered Simmental heifer, exhibited by Cooper Joins from Montgomery County. Next, we have our champion registered Hereford heifer, exhibited by Scott Hickey from Augusta County. And finally, our registered percentage Simmental heifer champion, exhibited by Cooper Joins from Montgomery County. Let's give all of these breed champions a round of applause. Again, our judge will be selecting our top 5 overall females. We again want to thank our judge, Christy Gable from North Central Colorado. Christy went to Butler and K-State, where she competed on the livestock judging teams and majored in animal science. She then went to work for Zoetis for a number of years before returning to her family's feed yard, Magnum Feed Yard in Colorado, where they finish out close to 80,000 fed cattle per year and also have a 500 head commercial cow-calf operation. And we really appreciate Christy being here with us all weekend. I think she's done an awesome job evaluating our youth, evaluating our stock, and we appreciate how intentional that she's been. And she's even been willing to miss her flight, push her flight back just to be here so she didn't have to rush through the end of our show, and we really appreciate that. So let's give Christy a big round of applause. We also want to thank our beef show sponsors and partners one more time. We want to thank the Clark family, Tim, Gretchen, Gordon, and Suter Clark for sponsoring the showmanship banners. We want to thank MC Livestock, the McCall family, for once again sponsoring the showmanship rally towels. Point Pleasant Farm, Kurt and Jennifer Friedel for being showmanship champion sponsors. We want to thank Montgomery Farm Bureau, Rockingham Feeder Cattle Association, Spring Lake Livestock, the Cyphers family, Sheer Point Farm, Nick and Courtney Belcher, Country Crossroads Vet Service, Dr. Francis Grubb, Virginia Cattlemen's Association, Blue Ridge Cattlemen's Association, the Blue Ridge Animal Clinic, Glen Mary Farms, the Nixon family, Springwood Livestock Management Services, Dr. Andy Meadows, Woods Farms, the Woods family, for sponsoring the AOB Breeding Heifer Awards, Virginia Simmental and Junior Simmental Association for sponsoring the Simmental Breeding Heifer Awards, Virginia Junior Angus Association sponsoring the Angus Breeding Heifer Awards, the Virginia Junior Hereford Association sponsoring the Hereford Breeding Heifer Awards, and 2K Farm, the Talbert family. We also want to thank our partners, the State Fair of Virginia, Virginia Farm Bureau, Virginia Cooperative Extension, Virginia Youth Animal Science Program, Virginia Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Farm Credit of the Virginias, First Bank and Trust, and the Bank of Botetourt Ag Lending Division. Let's give all these sponsors and partners a round of applause for a great weekend. One more shout out, and then you'll be done, for the most part, hearing from me. We do want to thank our many volunteers for helping make this show this weekend possible. We want to thank our ring crew. We've had Sam Leach from Rockingham County, Ms. Shirley Kaufman from Augusta County, Michaela Talley, who's a student at West Virginia University from Augusta County. I want to thank our lineup crew, Megan Sheets from Rockbridge and Chad Joins from the Virginia Tech School of Animal Sciences, and Ashley Cron for helping me with the awards up here and helping keep me straight. We want to thank Mandy Rooker Photography and Showbarn Flicks for photographing and live streaming the event. So let's give these volunteers all a round of applause for helping out this weekend. Again, this is our Supreme Heifer Drive, a really cool thing we do here at the fair to select our top 5 overall females.
Those of you around the ring, if you would please, let's put our hands together, not just for these exhibitors here in the ring, but all of the kids that participated in the Showmanship Friday, the Steer Show Friday night, the Prospect Show, and then here in this Heifer Show. It has just been a tremendously fun weekend for me. It's been an honor and a privilege to have the opportunity to come to Virginia and work with your kids and just have a really awesome time out here. I think the quality and the caliber of the cattle speaks for itself, obviously, as we study this lineup. But just the fun that I've had kind of getting to work with your kids and having to spend some extra time getting to know a few of them has just been really, really fun for me. So thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been a real pleasure for me. Guys, like I said, I think the quality of the cattle here in this particular lineup just absolutely speaks for itself. These are tremendous breed representatives, and it doesn't matter where you go. The quality and the caliber of these cattle out here in this ring will stack up against anywhere and anybody here in the country. So one more time, I think y'all should be proud and show your appreciation here to the 4-H and the FFA kids here in Virginia, because this is a tremendous, tremendous set of breeding cattle. I know that there's a lot of hands that go into getting these projects to this point, and it's not just the kids that do all the work. I know that there's a lot of people behind the scenes, breeders, family members, those who are close, ag instructors, FFA teachers, that all play an integral role. So kids, I know that this may be just another day for you guys at this point in time, but I promise when you're old and you're my age, you will look back on days like this and remember the opportunities that were provided for you. And I hope that you know at this point in time that you most certainly didn't get to this point by yourselves. And just do me a favor and take the time to make sure that you say thank you to those who helped you get to this point. Your breeder, your ag instructor, your 4-H leader, whoever helps you. Just know that you can't get here by yourself. And please know that I know and appreciate all of the time that you sacrifice during the summer when you want to go hang out with your friends and go to the lake and do all of these things. I know that feeding cattle and getting heifers in the barn and taking care of steers is a high priority, and it comes before all of those other fun things that kids like to do these days. But please know that the lessons that teaches you and the sacrifices that you learn to make at this point in your lives just builds a lot of character and turns you into good human beings, and more importantly, contributing members of society that we absolutely need more of in this day and age. So my congratulations to you just on getting to this point, and thank you so much for your hard work and your sacrifice. Oh yeah, perfect, thank you. I do also want to say thank you. I'm not sure how many of you were able to interact with some of the fair goers that maybe are here taking in a cattle show for the very first time. But again, like I talked yesterday, please, those of you who are around the ring, if you have questions or you don't understand what we're doing or you don't understand the purposes of it, seek out one of these kids, seek out myself, seek out one of these ring help. And ask those questions, because I think it's really important that we close that gap of communication between those of us as producers and those who don't understand what we do but are still consumers of our products at the end of the day, and make sure that we're answering your questions and helping you learn and understand why we're doing the things out here in this ring that we're doing. So make sure that we're open to having those conversations and communications. Lastly, to the show staff, thank you so much. Not only for the opportunity to be here, but thank you for running this so incredibly smoothly. It's just top-notch all the way from the announcers to those setting up classes in the back. Never once were we waiting on cattle to get up here. My photographers, I'm trusting that you're getting my good side, and I thank you in advance for that. But I also highly apologize for ruining probably 75% of the pictures that you were trying to take, because I obviously just kept walking in front of you. But it's been so much fun to get to work with all of you, so much fun to get to know you all, and I just really appreciate the opportunity. I will be done. It is hot. I have talked for a very long time. Let's congratulate all of our exhibitors, and I will select a top 5.
Congratulations. Your Supreme Champion female goes to Caden Harris from Augusta County with his Angus heifer. Congratulations, Caden. We'll now bring in our Reserve Champion Angus heifer, exhibited by Emma Alexander from Louisa. Congratulations goes to Madison Stratton for exhibiting our Supreme Reserve Champion female with her commercial and crossbred heifer. Congratulations, Madison. All right, your Supreme second runner-up female goes to Maddie Evers with her registered AOB heifer. We'll now bring in our reserve champion from the AOB show. We've got Brooklyn Clark from Shenandoah County. Congratulations goes to Emma Alexander from Louisa for exhibiting our 4th overall female. Congratulations goes to Cooper Joins for exhibiting the 5th overall champion female. That's our wrap on our cattle shows here at the Virginia State Fair. Let's give all of our exhibitors one more round of applause. Everyone drive safe. We've enjoyed you being out here this weekend, and we look forward to seeing you back at the State Fair next